think the article that he was concerned about may be okay.
Yeah, I read it quickly.
It's got like a slant, but I don't think it's inaccurate.
Well, it says 8%, and then in the middle it said 7.99. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
not helping the situation, but it's fine. Okay.
There was an article.
You're too young.
Yeah,
This is
Kurt
for-
Moffett
I
drafted
didn't
an
use
article.
these when we started
It
here.
was in today's paper.
At all.
I thought
As-
Kurt,
I don't know.
Too many screens.
Maybe he's an
I
independent
was sitting
person.
with Nancy, going through things and like realizing there were so many things that, like, literally in 4 months, the amount of information that has, like, had to onboard itself and things that, like, when I went through the budget the first time, I was like, what does that even mean? Why is it written that way? And now I'm like, oh, of course. It's been
You think we're,
4 months.
you think we're ready?
Are we live? Oh, we are.
We are live.
Did somebody verify?
Anybody verified yet? You want to verify? Okay.
Town of Winchester, YouTube. Live, that's us. We are
Okay.
on live.
Great. Okay, everyone, I'm calling to order the special Board of Education meeting from February 11th at 6 PM. It's actually 6:04. Would you mind standing for the Pledge of Allegiance? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Roll call. Renee?
Renee Waldron.
Sandra Strubar.
Nora McCarsky?
Julie Luby.
Shane Centrella.
Jonathan Morhart.
Kurt Werner.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And as a reminder to lean into your mic, all right? Approval of the agenda, item 2. Are there any additions or changes to tonight's agenda for the special meeting? Okay, seeing none, I'll move on to communication. Community input for the community. Anybody from the community wishing to speak? Anybody wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak?
Or I think the intent there was to,
Okay.
if anyone had reached out to board members,
Oh.
and anybody wanted to share.
Anybody that, okay, has
Like,
anybody
if you've
heard
gotten
anything from the
emails or
community?
calls or,
This is not public comment, okay.
sorry.
Has anybody heard anything from the community? Okay. All right, item 4, action items. This is a review, questions and answers, deliberation. We all heard about Superintendent Luby's presentation last time, so tonight's for the Q&A. I open the floor.
And if I could, I'll kick us off. Nancy, I don't think I have my Q&A document, though.
It's right here.
Okay, I'm not ready for it, but I just want to make sure we
okay.
had them. Thank you. So if I could, I'll just jump in a little bit with the outline that we had set out and just draw our attention to a couple of things, and then go over the questions that you've sent in advance, and then either take questions that sort of come up in the beginning or go to a line item review, which will start tonight and continue throughout the workshops until we've been through it all. I just wanted to open by first just thanking all of you for your engagement. I think my goal is that this budget is transparent and allows you to feel confident in informed advocacy. I want you, when you vote on this budget, to know what's in it and feel good about it. So I just want to highlight a couple of things from your homework, if you will, that were in the first few sections of the book, maybe 30 seconds worth. From the introduction, I just wanted to say again that the goals and priorities of the school district are what drive this budget. We are really seeking to provide a high-quality education while also being respectful of its impact on taxpayers. I do consider the district in a phase of rebuilding and putting things in place to go to the next level, I think was the way we talked about it actually as I was being hired. And again, the biggest chunk of the increase in this budget, almost half of it, comes from the rise in costs of health benefits, special education placements, and transportation. which unfortunately, we really don't control any of those three. So, I'm going to take you quickly to a couple of fast facts. To have in our thoughts as we go through this process, the Winchester School enrollment next year is up 24 students, based on kids who are in our schools today, and the Gilbert total will be down 33. And one other thing I want to draw your attention to is, when you look at the overall spend and its impact, I've gone on to the third section and I'm looking at the proposed total operating budget. And I just want to draw attention to the town appropriation combined with the town support for education, which is all of the non-educational stuff, the electricity and things along those lines, is just shy of $25 million. The state provides just shy of $8 million back to the town of Winchester through the excess cost, rather the cost-sharing grant, which is designed to defray the cost of education to the local community. And so while the appropriated budget ask is $24 million and so on, the net cost to the taxpayers is $17 million. And I think it's important to remember that $8 million does come back to the town. One other piece that I want to draw your attention to, because it'll come up when we talk about some of the questions that you asked. In that same section, the page called Total Staff Funding. And what I just want to point out to you, Nancy laughs at me, I've been asking since the beginning, do we have any, I've been saying ghost employees, do we have any people who work here that aren't showing up in our budget because they're paid through a grant, and so we just don't even know about them? And I am very pleased and relieved to tell you that the people who work here live inside this budget. The way grants work is they tell you what allowable costs are. So rather than say through Title I, which would be a legitimate Title I expense, would be like a reading teacher, we didn't put a whole reading teacher in the Title I grant, and then if that grant moves, now we're in trouble. All of the teachers live in our appropriated budget, and then some of their salaries are also in part being paid through a grant, so that instead of a whole person being paid in a grant, it might be 0.8 of Sandra's in the appropriated budget and 0.2 in the grant budget, so that we know Sandra works here. And we don't lose track of people that way. The only employees, if you will, who are not employees are not the occupational therapist, the physical therapist is part-time through contract. So that person is not our employee per se, but we do have a physical therapist who works with our students. And
Is that person that would be professional services? If we were to hire a physical therapist, for example?
oh, well, if we hired them on our own, it would be much like the BCBA discussion.
Yep.
And I parallel that because right now we currently have roughly 0.7 BCBA services, but they're contracted. So that person wasn't living inside our budget as an employee, but they were providing services to our staff and students. And then the only other person that might come under that same heading, he's not quite fish or fowl, is Tom Nillen. He is living as a consultant rather than an employee. But Nancy, I'm not missing, those are the only people who you won't see in this budget. But I wanted to assure you that the grants are used, they're just spread across the people, which I actually think is a really great way to do that. And then finally, the last page of this section is the non-contractual obligations. And the key thing about this is that to have the people who are in this proposed budget, this is what it would cost us. The areas where we have flexibility are that $126,000 made up of the pieces that you see there, which is 0.5% of the whole budget. The only other way to have impact on the budget is to remove positions, because transportation is at a set rate, the employees are at a set rate, so you can't negotiate and change that, it's either they're in or they're not in. So there's not a lot of areas where there's discretion. So how about we start with the questions you guys sent in advance?
Okay?
Nancy, you want to send those down? I've got written responses that I'll speak to, because there's only so much you can fit in a box, and it may or may not really get at what you want to know. And then I will keep this as a running document, and I will put it on our website, so that anyone in the community who has similar questions or wants to see that you've been doing your due diligence and asking the questions.
Extra.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Okay, so, first question, and let me say to you, if any of these questions, if the person who listed them wants to have a follow-up conversation, you know that you can call me or drop in anytime. We have a bubble class in 3rd grade. As that bubble moves into 4th grade, it hits for the first time a grade level where the teachers work in partnerships. One does the reading language arts and one does the math science. So there will be an odd number of sections in that grade level. So the question is, will that be a self-contained class? Will the person be doing both? The answer is that decision hasn't been made yet. The only budget implication of that decision is roughly $6,000 for the CKLA teacher kit. And if that person weren't going to teach CKLA, then we would pull that out of the budget and not purchase it, obviously. But beyond that, it's not a budget decision, and I'm more than happy to chat more about that if it's of interest. So your homework for today was just the first few sections of the book, so it wouldn't have jumped out. But the question is it possible to see prior year actuals, which in fact, when you go to the final section of our book, and this is where I'm going to suggest that we do our line item review when we start later this evening. Not later this evening, in just a couple minutes. The pages in the appendix that look like this are the ones that have fiscal year '23 actual, fiscal year '24 actual, which is right on par with when I sit with Nancy and we went through every line of the proposed budget, and I'd say, well, how'd you come up with that number? And she said, well, for one thing, we spent this amount last year, and for another, it's January, and we've already spent this amount this year. So they're all based in reality and not just seem like a good number. So for many of the lines within our budget, I'm on question 3 now, and I've numbered these for ease. For many of these, the line is what it is. For example, legal. There is no breakdown of that, except for in this version, you'll see it breaks out special education, which is student services. We have 2 different attorneys in the same firm, one for all the things and one specifically for special education law. But beyond that, if we were to, there's no further backup because it is the only thing in that line. But as we go through, so some of the lines are not interesting because there's nothing that would be behind them. But for the lines where we have questions, I have fiscal year '24 because it's the year that's completed. I have the printout of everything that we spent within that line, and we can go through those for all of the interesting lines and talk about them. And I'm also happy to sit with anyone who wants to come by and go through every single entry in those and sort of pick them apart. There was a question about all outside vendors, contractors, contract prices. That's a lot of information we're gathering, but that wasn't going to be ready for tonight. But by the next workshop, we'll have that.
What number was that?
Number 4.
Okay. Outside vendors, contract price, okay.
We want to be thorough, and that is a very exhaustive list. For the grants, the question is, are they offsets to expenditures or in addition? The short answer is kind of sort of both. Largely, I'm gonna make up a number, this is entirely fiction, but I'm gonna guess that 90% of the grant money is applied against the staffing, the way I was describing before, 0.2 of this person, 0.2 of that person, for positions that fall within the scope of the grant. And then a small amount of the grants is used for professional development, which we have $0 for in our operating budget, and for supplies. We will get that specifically. We will take the amounts of the grants and tell you, I guess for the current year or the year just ended, one or the other, what the amount of the grant was, how much went to salaries, and what was left and what it was used for. So, again, that level of detail will just take more than a couple days. Question about the CHAMP staff, the negative .3 is fairly negligible, but it was just a function of we've not kept it filled this year, and somehow the program's been operating, so it seemed like an easy place to take a very modest reduction. On the staffing overview chart, so school safety officers was a little bit of a conundrum in figuring out how to show them within the budget. Same with like the assistant principal, thinking about, they weren't in last year's budget, but they're already in this year's reality. So it was a little bit of a mind twist to just think about how to do that with integrity and transparency. So in terms of the money, they're additions, but in terms of the positions, they're not, because they exist in the current year, if that makes sense. So in the case of the SSOs, they are in addition within the budget, because there wasn't a line for them when we built this year's budget. But within the staffing chart, they show as existing, because with a little bit of luck, the SSOs will be. The posting is out, and there's every hope that they would be in place. So question 8 is a question I spent a little time thinking hard about myself before I got it from you guys. It's an interesting, it'd be a great like SAT math question. But basically, when you combine the operating budget, when you combine the appropriated budget with the town support for education, because the town support line went up just $13,000, which is only, say, a 2% increase, when you combine those and then the resulting increase falls somewhere between them, I can't do better than that. I see the look. I can't do that one better.
So the appropriated increase plus the town support increase equals, it's a bigger pot.
The
So
pot got
actual
bigger, and
percent
one went up
goes
only a little
down.
bit, one went up a little bit more, so it's almost, think of it like averaging a little bit, except that it wasn't averaged. It's when you take the increase of one plus the increase of the other, take the total of one plus the total of the other, and then do the ratio, it starts to come down because one didn't go up as quickly as the other.
I have to think about that one.
I'll do that again on another night, and maybe it'll make more sense. I promise you it's
Might
right.
need a chart on that one.
Yeah, the pie got bigger, and so, you know what, if you were to take last year's appropriated plus town support, and this year's appropriated plus town support, you would then take both of the increases and put them together to see the increase across both. It's probably in here. The resulting increase, the resulting percent increase is a little bit smaller than when you just take the appropriated budget, because you're now in a bigger pie, and the increase then is a little bit smaller chunk of it.
Understood. I gotcha.
Okay, so next time you explain it, or Nancy can go.
The divisor, if you remember your formulas, the divisor grew, so that by adding in the town support for education, so that's why the resulting percentage is smaller.
Yeah, isn't it just the overall number was larger, right? Because of the town, yeah, the overall first number was larger once you add that in, so it's a smaller percent, yeah. I understand.
Divisor
I
got
gotcha.
bigger. I understand.
That was the technical way. I like that. That's the proper way, but yeah, that's good. I understood.
Yeah,
I
see,
gotcha.
that's why I should probably defer to
Long
Nancy
division.
more.
Just got- yep.
She's got the math words. The next question is a good one. We have representation, of course, on the Gilbert board and have the Gilbert budget book. And lo and behold, great news, the Gilbert increase is less than the number that Greg originally forecast to us. He told me, put 325 in your budget, it won't be more. At the time, he said I wouldn't count on it being less, but I owe him lunch, it is less. I told him I'd buy him a big lunch if it came down. We won't make that reduction in our budget today because the Gilbert board has not voted on that budget. It's simply like this one, the head of school's proposed budget. We can anticipate if the Gilbert School Corp passes the budget the way Greg proposed it, then that would bring our percent increase down 0.25%. So it would go, if that was the only change to our budget, it would go from a 7.99 increase to a 7.74 increase. And that's the piece of it from the revised tuition number from Gilbert. My thought would be, and again, that one we really couldn't take action on until Gilbert votes on their budget because we don't know what that end number will be. But my suggestion will be is that as we go through, you're keeping thoughts around anything you might want to see changed in our budget. For example, once we have Gilbert's firm number, that's something we would want to be changed. My suggestion would be at the final workshop, whatever changes need to be made or you want to be made, somebody would make a motion to reduce the superintendent's proposed budget by X number of dollars based on, and whether it's the elimination of a position or based on the reduction in tuition from Gilbert, and Nancy and I will have spreadsheets ready, and whatever motions you make and pass, we'll adjust the budget by that amount, and then you'll vote to adopt a budget with that resulting number. But my suggestion would be that you do all the motions at the last workshop rather than along the way. Totally your call, but it feels cleaner to me than, I would hate to like make one, lose one somewhere along the way.
Right, we usually just end up doing it one shot.
That's good. Oh, then we're on the same
We'll
page.
talk about it, of course, but
Yeah.
we'll make that one motion.
That's right.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Like you would come back to us with the impact of X.
Yep.
And you would let us know.
And in fact, some of those are here. So we just talked about the Gilbert one. Nora, you had mentioned that the governor's proposed budget looked like it was going to get us about $6,000 extra.
No.
And again, it was proposed, so we wouldn't have reduced it now anyway, and we think it's gone already. Easy come, easy go.
That's right.
All $6,000 of it. Someone asked how it would impact the budget increase if we didn't add the kindergarten teacher, if we didn't add the BCBA. So with quick math, because as I'm looking at this, so the one thing I'm going to say to you is I struggled heartily with the words for how to describe, you know, when you talk about percent increase and then what percent did you decrease the increase, you could get yourself into a real mathematical tumble. So what this says is, for example, if we did not include the kindergarten teacher, if we reduced that out of the proposed budget, the dollars, that's the easy part, would come down by the 70,000. The increase would come down from 7.99%, you would subtract 0.31%, so it would go to 7.68. But for the life of me, I didn't know how to say that so that it was clear that it wasn't like a 0.3% reduction of a reduction or so.
Right.
When in doubt, just ask me if it's one of those. But that is how we're kind of talking about the pieces, is what is their resulting impact on the percent increase. The one thing I'll say to you is the BCBA number and percent is accurate and yet in its own way inaccurate, because if we didn't hire that position, we would have to consult for those services that are IEP required, and there would not be money set aside in the budget to do it.
Yes.
So you can cut that position from the budget, but know that really you're actually cutting something else. Because if we don't hire a BCBA, then we have to not do something else in order to pay for a BCBA, because we have to have those services. So
What does the acronym stand for again?
board-certified behavior analyst.
And what do they do?
So they do a lot of cool things, actually. They are great. They perform FBAs as part of evaluations, which are functional behavioral assessments, which means, and feel free to pop in or catch me if I'm wrong, but they, for example, if a student is struggling with self-regulation, they might observe the student, and some of the things they look at are antecedent behaviors. So they're looking to say, like, what was going on right before this child went off the rails? Like, what are the triggers, or what is the function of the behavior? Did the child get excused from a lesson that was hard by having a behavior? Did they gain attention? So it's really like studying the behavior to understand it, because once you understand it, you have a chance to help the child improve the behavior. It isn't about behavior management in the sense of like discipline, as much as it's behavior management in the sense of thinking of behavior as communication, thinking of behavior as something that students can learn. So a BCBA does FBAs as part of evaluations, and then they create behavior intervention plans. So they're the ones with all the training and knowledge who help us know how to teach kids to regulate their own behavior, and whether it's a reward system, but they create those plans. Sometimes they do direct services with kids. Sometimes they're working with, first of all, our major theory of action right now is our behavior technicians, of which we have 3, who are not highly trained people working with the kids. So the BCBA is the one who is lifting up their skills to help them be effective. They're also working with the certified staff to know how best to work with students to help them regulate their own behaviors. So it's a combination of working with staff and students directly, training up the BTs, behavior techs, and doing those assessments for us. And they are written into IEPs as a direct service. And honestly, without them, the BTs would not probably be a great model, because they need the support of the BCBA to be able to have that behavior plan to carry out. Did that kind of paint the whole, okay. I didn't know if I should stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. So you have there in that box but I did want to point out to you that technically that would be how it would impact the budget, but it would actually have far greater impact.
Is that a part-time position?
So interestingly, right now we pay about $90,000, I believe, for 2 different BCBAs part-time, who in combination are with us like 0.7 of a position. So more than 3 days a week, but less than 4 days a week. And that number is reduced by the fact that we have lingering mental health grant funds to help defray it. The salary for a BCBA is roughly $75,000. They're not like in the teachers, they're not teachers. So for $75,000 plus potentially the cost of benefits if they took them, we would have a full-time person for less than we're paying for 0.7 consulting 2 different people. And I love the idea of it being one person, not necessarily either one of them, because they both work through agencies, but just for the consistency of having the same person working with our kids and our staff. So we would actually be getting more for our money, a fair amount more actually, more consistent coverage as well.
Would this person also interact with Gilbert, being that it's,
Absolutely.
yeah,
To the extent that we have students with needs in that setting, absolutely. And we do have SRC or FRC? SRC, we have a program in the Gilbert School for students who struggle with behavior regulation. And so absolutely, the BCBA would be supporting staff there, as well as, hey,
Yep.
there's a nice efficiency, and that
Yep.
is something that would definitely be across all 3 schools.
So just make sure I understand, right now, we're paying for 2 BCBAs,
Part-time.
part-time. They're in agencies. We pay for their services at about $90,000.
In combination, right?
So to hire one BCBA, which would be ours, would be adding $29,000 into the budget. But this person would be ours.
Right, and again, that's because we're carrying forward the straggling end of our mental health grant.
Grant.
It was supposed to be 70,000, I think, for each of 2 years, but because in the first year of it, we didn't have someone in place the whole time,
Okay.
we were able to like carry forward about 40,000 into this year, and so,
That grant, we stretched it.
It's also important to mention that if we can help our own students kind of like regulate their emotions, then there's less likelihood of us having to outplace a student.
Right, right.
Like if you look at it that way,
Yeah.
too.
yes, anything we invest in student success here can pay huge dividends in what we're not gonna spend for transportation and tuition for outplacements. Thank you for adding that. So as we get closer to decision-making time, I probably will couple these responses for you. If you sort of signal to me along the way things that you want to consider and talk about, whether or not they're coming out of the budget, I'll create a chart for you of the things you've asked for with their impact. And by impact, I'll tell you the financial impact as well as the educational impact, because I think it's important to not lose the forest for the trees. I mean, I know in the community, a percent increase is a lot of what people talk about. And I'll keep trying to bring us back to, percent is very relative to whether the size of the number, as we did with that earlier example. So less about the percent and more about what's inside the numbers that are in the budget. And I want to make sure if we pull anything out, we know what that means for us educationally. To the capital question, there are definitely state, probably federal, safety and security grants out there that Tom will help us apply for. For the time being, that's in our capital plan. Obviously, we'll work really hard to find a way to fund that doesn't come out of the capital plan. And as far as the roof goes, Paul and I are chatting both about capital plan. We're gonna meet with the solar company and reopen that conversation, see if there's any benefit to be had there. We have a meeting, Nancy, myself, Paul, and whoever the solar people are, in another week or two. So we're trying to really look at all the options with that. And although that project, I think, is in the capital plan for like 1.8 million, it is important to remember that if we did do it, it is reimbursable, probably at
72%.
Thank you. I love when you just have those numbers right at your fingertips. So although it is $1.8 million, 72% of that would ultimately, by the end, when it's all said and done and you do the paperwork, we would get that back. So that is a pretty big difference when we think about what the cost is.
You're meeting with the solar company, Nancy, Paul, is it the same company?
Yes, they came back to us and said that they could include the other school. So if we had both schools with solar arrays to help offset the cost of the roof, then that might be something to consider and for the town to consider supporting, which is why Paul is invited and is coming to the meeting to really see what the potential is.
Okay.
And for me, it'll be first introduction to the subject, so I'll do that thing I do and ask a million annoying questions, but I'll know a lot more about it after that.
Yeah, and I know Gilbert just did their roof using the same company. I don't know if they would have any information to add about it,
I will definitely reach out and
Greg or something,
Yep.
you know.
Maybe a reference of sort.
I did see it reflected in the Gilbert budget in a couple ways. I saw there was like an offset to the electricity cost, which I assume is because you're contributing to the grid. And then also a loan, you must have to take out a loan to get the panels in the first place or something. So I saw that it was reflected in there.
Just real quick on the man-trap possibly writing grants, what would be an ETA on grants if we were to say, write them next month?
You can't write them on your calendar, you have to write them when
Their
they
calendar.
become open. There isn't currently a grant open that's for us. Like, sometimes they'll do them for nonprofits, for example, and I said to Tom, well, we're nonprofit. So he did explore that and said, yeah, no, they don't mean you guys. So we need a grant, as soon as a grant opens for which we would be eligible,
Yep.
we're all over it.
Okay.
So the timeline is simply the next time
You
one
do
drops.
anticipate that there is gonna be grants available for that, I'm guessing, right? Or, like, what are the chances?
I would say there's a decent shot. The next time there's a tragedy, I'm sure that will prompt it again. If, there's no way that a grant won't come again. I don't know that they're on like a strict calendar cycle, unlike like the title grants, which just come every fall.
Okay.
Okay.
But we're watching it. I have a website, actually, a tab open for it. I click on it like once a week and just make sure they haven't added one. There was a question about the special education excess cost grant money and the fact that it comes in periodically throughout the year. And I wanted to reassure you that we know more or less what we're gonna get, and we build our budget with that as part of the assumption. You'll see, if you wanna look as an example, if you've got the budget book open in the appendices, I'll use transportation just because that's what I'm open to. If you go to pupil transportation, you'll see line 511, out-of-district transportation services for special education. And then 3 lines lower, you'll see out-of-district transportation services, SPED EX. So,
Are you
Here's-
looking, I'm sorry, is there page number?
The appendix
Yeah,
to the stack.
appendix.
Oh,
looks
sorry.
like this.
Is that-
Keep going.
Okay, yep, thanks.
By next year, I'll figure out how to number all the pages.
511.
500 series.
So, the reason these are broken out, they are really the same thing. What's different about them is you get SEEK-G money if the cost for a student exceeds 4.5 times the per pupil spending. So we sort of know, right, and we calculate, but you can sort of spitball it. If you say the cost per student is roughly $22,000, times 4 would be 88, plus another 11. So if a student's cost is going to go above, say, $100,000, this is me being really loose with numbers, but we know that there will be roughly 60% reimbursement for the amount above the 100,000. So when we budget, not we, Nancy, brilliant, says this is, and each one of, like, the lines for out-of-district transportation and tuition are built, there's a worksheet that, of course, I won't share, that literally has, like, student numbers. I mean, it's not a bubblegum guess. It is, we know who the kids are, we know where they go, we know what the costs are. So if a student is going to hit the excess cost, they go into one line, and if they're not, they're in the other line. Because then in the line where we know they're gonna hit it, we total that all up, and everything that was the money above 100,000, we give ourselves back 60% of that and reduce that budget line by it. So in other words, it never gets billed, if you will, to the taxpayer, because, I mean, if the state ever stopped doing that, I guess we'd be in big trouble, but you're always assured, I think they promise you 1 year ahead. You never know for sure what the percentage will be, so we use what we're getting in the current year in hopes that it doesn't go further down, and yet it continues to keep dropping. The call that many of us were on last week, a lot of what people talked about was bringing that percent up and bringing costs down. But, so the SEEK-G money, yes, it comes in periodically, but it's been anticipated and used to defray the budget before we've even spent the first penny of it. So it's all completely allocated in a really cool bookkeeping kind of way. Kudos, Nancy. When I first saw it, I was like, what on earth? Now I love it. And great question, are we exploring ways to reduce the costs of out-of-district placements? Let me say to you, I would never make a decision about a student's education based on money. That said, one of the first things I asked Kathy to do when she got here was, could you look at our list of outplaced students and see, do you see any clusters, if you will, around grade bands and types of need? Are there any opportunities for us to create programs that would keep kids in our community? Yes, it saves us money, but more importantly, having kids in your own community, well, that's a win all around. So we have been doing that exercise. Kathy is going to give it one more look, but I think we're zeroing in on a program that we would love to grow and build. And again, theoretically, we should be able to do it for less money. You're not paying exorbitant transportation. That's the kind of thing, if we figure out this spring what program we have, you know, you need to have enough kids who can access it to make it fiscally wise to do. If you built a program for 2 students that required 4 adults, it may not save you any money, and it may not be good for them. They might be isolated. But if we have a group of 5, let's say, students who might be able to participate in a program, we're hiring maybe 1 teacher, maybe 4 or 5 paras. Maybe we need to get some space, but we could do cool things, and we would be planning that throughout the course of next school year to begin the school year after. So when we're budgeting this time next year, if we're able to do that, we're going to bring you a budget that reflects less students in those placements and a group of students in about to be launched a cool program.
Is there a way to, and I'm sure, I mean, Renee, you might know too, is other smaller districts who are experiencing the same types of difficulties with the same types of students, perhaps, to band together to share cost as well as?
Absolutely. So if we created a program that either we could do better or for less money or closer to home, other districts might in fact be interested in joining us, and we would welcome that if our capacity allowed for it. If you build it, they will come kind of thing.
Right, well, that one mom, right, who, because I know you were on it too, had to send her child 45 minutes all
Right.
the way to Bloomfield. I mean, that's, you know,
Yeah.
to be able to keep it here or close by.
So as we sort of hone in on what we think we could do well, because if you're going to do a thing, do it right, we absolutely will communicate with nearby districts. And so that is something that we are exploring.
That's actually something else that the state brought up, was providing grants to start to develop programs within the district, so we're not doing as much outplacements. They talked about that too, so that's.
Yeah.
There
If
are a
they're,
lot of good ideas out of that.
Can I ask, have you thought about the program type? Like what, do you have any specifics that you could share about like what it would, like what kind of student it would cater to, so to speak?
so the first, again, at first blush, and Kathy has been here just a matter of weeks, but in looking at the clusters of students' grade bands, the one that seems to be most interesting would be the 18 to 22 kind of program. Now, there is one actually in Winstead, so Sandra, to your question about would people come to you, I don't know, there is one here, but we're paying tuition to send our kids to it. If there's enough need, there's no reason we can't have our own. And that is with no disrespect to that program. I haven't seen it. It might be phenomenal. We might not be able to do it for less, but we are paying tuition to someone else. So we'll explore if it would make sense for us to do our own, because our numbers at that level are high. So, and kids are with you 18, 19, 20, like 5 years, so.
Yeah, the law changed just a couple years ago, so now it's to the end of their 22nd birthday, the school year.
And final question that came prior to the meeting, unless anybody dropped one in like after 5:30, hopefully not. I sort of grayed out the ones because I lifted them to another document so that we could work on these in draft form. But as you add to that document, I'll just keep pulling them into here. The question was about outplacement and the costs of that. The report that's in the budget book talks about 31 students. That actually captures a couple different things, though. We have 24 or 25 students who are actually outplaced through an IEP placement. Also in that 31, though, are another 7, depending if that number's 24 or 25, and I'm not sure, 6, 7 other students who are not IEP placed somewhere, but we are paying special education costs. For example, if you go to the Region 7 Agri-Science program and you have an IEP and get services, we pay the usual tuition that we pay for all of our kids who participate, but then there's, and I'm saying like upcharge, like we also have to pay special education costs. The same is true if we have kids at Explorations. That's not true of Oliver Wolcott?
No.
So, and I think in the future, we may actually separate those just because it may be a little bit easier to separate that out. But, so in the chart where it talks about 31 students, 24 or 25 of them are IEP placed. The others are in choice programs, and we're just paying those upcharges, if you will.
I didn't know upcharges were a part of choice.
We have 24 kids who have IEPs who are going to the ag program?
No. We
Okay.
have 24 students in pre-K 12, no,
Okay.
pre-K to 22, who through an IEP have been placed in an out-of-district special education placement.
Okay.
The remaining 7 or so are students who don't require a placement out of district. They've opted to go to one of the schools of choice in the area, but still receive some services in that setting. And so districts, some handful of years back, started saying, well, we should be able to bill back for that. And the state caught up with that and said, yes, usual and customary, you can bill districts for. The only place where that wouldn't really count is Gilbert, because we're providing those services directly, so they can't bill us back for it because we provide it. So those were the questions. The biggest sort of, not question per se, but request has been to go through line by line. So I guess my question to you would be, maybe do one line right now, sort of by way of illustration, and then the next time we meet, I don't think we have a hard stop. I don't think our next meeting is in front of another meeting.
Right.
And we can go through every single line that's of interest. And I know Allison's not here, but I wanted off, I know she's really eager to go line by line. I was gonna suggest that maybe she can come one day, even during the day might be easier for her, like before she goes to work, and I can go through with her in great detail. And I know her expertise in the area would probably be reassuring to folks. But given that we still have a little bit of time before the next meeting's expected to begin, are you
take an
game to jump in on a little bit of line item?
I have to excuse myself real quick. I'll be back before 7, but I have to excuse myself.
Okay. So join me on the page that starts with the 200s. The 100s, if you have any questions, we can do those, but for now, I want to go to like the stuff rather than the people, just because it'll be more illustrative of where we're headed.
Okay.
So for example, in the 200 line, I don't have anything in particular, like, I've gone through each of these and said, so like, health benefits, that's, I don't have like line item detail to share with you on that. That is the cost of the benefits.
Okay. I do have a question about that one.
Yes.
though. Okay, so we have a 27% increase in insurance costs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And have we shopped that out?
Yes. So we participate in a consortium. Brown & Brown is the name of the agent, if you will, that shops us out. As an example, they compared us to the state plan, which requires, I believe, a 3 or 5 year commitment. I think it was a 3-year commitment, and would have cost us $400,000 more this year. which was a little surprising. I think the perception is always like the state plan costs less, gives you less, but it actually was going to cost more. I was just rereading my notes from that meeting where they said to us, if we left the group and went out on our own, our price, instead of going up 12%, was going to go up like 20%. The 27% increase in the line is a combination of a few things happening there. Well, two things. The 12%, we participate in a group, which gives us buying power, but our increase is based on our experience rate. So, which means like how much of the insurance you're using, which is what makes us crazy at home, right? Like you get homeowners insurance and then you get a leak and then the price goes up, and well, what was the point of that then? So the more you use your health insurance, the more it costs. So our experience rate has caused our rate to be a 12% increase for next year, staying within our group. We leave our group, it actually goes up much more. So that's where one part of the increase is coming in. The other thing that contributes to your price of your insurance is the number of people who are covered under your insurance. So the number of your employees who take those benefits, and then the number of people that come along with them, right? Am I taking a single plan? I believe we actually cost it out. You can do yourself, you can do a two-person plan, or you can do a family plan, right? It's not 1, 2, 3, and then family. It's 1, 2, and then family. So once you have a child, you bump into that next category. So the number of people who are covered under your plan is one of the factors, and then your experience rate is the other. And we have, unfortunately, not a great experience rate currently, meaning we have some unwell people, significantly unwell people. And then we, and perhaps it has something to do with a lot of our employees being young, I don't know, turning 26, coming off their parents' insurance, but our number of people who are taking the benefits and the number of people that we are resultingly insuring has gone up a lot. And I don't think I have that number for you today, but I will have it, because I'm curious to see, you know, is it a difference of 4 people that drives that, or is it a difference of 40 people? But I personally want to understand that magnitude, so we have to do a little research to find that. It's not the easiest thing to grab, but so those are the things that go into that number. And the Brown and Brown people, they assure us that if we left the group, it goes way up. One of the things I've seen over the years is, you know, superintendents bring forward a budget, and then lo and behold, a couple of months later, they're like, guess what? Great news. The incident rate went down a little. You had a good month. It's going to be a little better. So as we were getting ready to bring the budget, and I was desperately trying to get the number, at one point it was like well above 8, and I was like, I'm not going. I'm not going to the meeting. I'm not doing it. I said to Nancy, please, please, please call the company, see if it's time yet that we're going to get that little bump. And she called them, and they laughed at her, and they were like, oh, if anything, if we hadn't already committed to 11.9, it would be going up. And I'm being callous. They probably didn't actually laugh, but they were quite clear our rate is not going in the direction we want it to.
Who's our consortium with? Do you know?
Heartland.
It's with the town, it's with Gilbert School, Heartland, Barkhamsted, and what's the other one? Heartland, Barkhamsted, and in the region.
Colebrook, Norfolk?
Thank you.
What is it?
Colebrook?
Colebrook.
And then Colebrook is also, and I think Norfolk is. I mean, it's a good-sized group that we put together of all these little towns, and it has really helped overall.
Okay.
But they'll
Because we still have our own policy, excuse me, within that consortium, and because our experience has not been good, you know, we've had some unfortunate situations with illness for folks, that definitely has an impact.
So with insurance, you know, especially it's the law of large numbers, right? So you spread out the risk over a number of groups, but our experience is our own experience, not the groups is counting in. That's not typically how insurance works. You're spreading out the risk by paying into a group, and if our experience should affect the whole group, not just us. So I'm curious as to why. So theirs all should have gone up just ours.
Everybody's went up.
But it
at
shouldn't
different
be, it shouldn't
amounts.
be different amounts. That's not how insurance should work.
Well, I can't quote to you what
No,
the
okay.
other ones were, but a big part of it too is that we've got extra people that have come onto our insurance.
Sure, yeah, no,
Is it,
no.
is it possible
But-
that overall our rates, kind of like, because we're part of that consortium, stay kind of low, and then the different parts of the consortium, there's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, that's part of,
That's what it is.
that's
yeah.
part of insurance, is you're
Yeah.
spreading out the risk, so the
Yeah.
rates should be lower.
right, but it
You know, as
doesn't
as
stop it
opposed to
from going up
self-insuring, yeah.
still, right?
But I'm just saying, our experience should affect everyone
Everyone.
else's
It should
for
be
the
a
same percentage.
Universal.
The risk should be spread evenly. So,
I
I'm-
can't tell you exactly how all the calculations go because I'm not an insurance
no,
expert.
No, but we could get a little more information and,
Or the reason why they created a consortium was that maybe towns only would do it based on that circumstance.
Well, that's part of it.
That's
Part of it, and then the buying
question.
power, because the companies are more interested in talking to a large group than a small group.
Right. All right, so let's, it is almost 7. We've got 2 minutes. You picked the big one, insurance.
no, but that's
Or
good, we needed to.
That was a
Yes?
big one.
That was the very first one.
So any other comments? Okay, I'll take a motion to adjourn at 6:59.
Make that motion.
Second.
Okay,
All in favor?
all in favor of adjournment? Okay, that's everyone.
Okay, so we'll
And so
do like
2-minute break.
2-minute break. Nancy's gonna turn off the video, start a new video. We've got kids. The next one's the fun one. We've got all the kids and the good stuff. And then we're queued up to really go line by line for the next workshop.
Sounds great.
And Kurt, I was saying to Shane, if you happen to have the availability to come back, I'm ready now. After we met, I was able to sit with Nancy and say like, show me, give me. So I have like, out of the financial system, they're not the budget because we don't put, I think, was it Allison who maybe asked for the financials, but the thing is, we don't put the proposed budget into the financial system until it's the appropriated budget. Because then you'd be putting it in and changing it. So apparently some people like actually build it in their financial system, but Nancy doesn't have our system, so. So in some cases, I have like for example, like instructional supplies, like I just have like worksheets of what we need. For some things, we have what we do every year, like our list of software doesn't particularly change. They weeded it about a year ago, got rid of things that were low usage. We'll do that again, but, so I think it's actually far more detailed than what you showed me that you were looking at. I think you will be very pleased.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna put away
Thank
all
you.
things budget. I don't know what I was thinking, trying to do budget.
this huge button collection. I know she hasn't gotten a button. It's a political button collection. I got old Nixon ones, old JFK ones, and there's one golf one in there. I'm like, I don't golf.
Golf. Oh, golf. Oh.
Right.
Who's that politician?
Yeah, right. Yeah, man. I know some. Ready for another one, guys?
We're not on yet electronically. Nancy, can you turn us on?
Again.
I don't see the screen, so are we on?
No, how about, Nancy, do you mind putting YouTube back on?
Can we turn this on?
Twice now it's happened.
I had to shut it down because we had to set it up as two separate meetings.
Yeah.
It'd be two separate recordings.
Yep.
So I've got
How did
three
you,
computers running upstairs
wait
in
a
my
minute,
office.
how did you get this job? I'm just curious.
Because I'm the least logical person to give it to. Give me technology and I will screw it up every time. So
not right.
when I go over there and press those buttons, I'm like,
Well, you did well last time. We recorded the last meeting.
I know, but Joe sets them up. I'm gonna make Joe set them up.
Okay.
I can't wait for Zoom. I mean, it's such a convoluted
Right,
system.
right.
It's horrible.
Right.
Just horrible. Yeah. Other than that, I have no clue.
Other than that, I have no
Here we
opinion.
are. Ready to go here.
Okay.
Okay, also I wanted to give you a couple of minutes to really
Breathe.
Yeah. You wanted to give it a couple of minutes to decide not to come back on. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
That's a proper noun, it's supposed to be capitalized. Did you know? That's
did.
what Luke and I were just talking about these.
crisps.
We
They're
were
not
just
like
I was
regular
just
ones. They are
Ready?
so good.
I'll be back.
Jonathan, if you want to try them, I see the look in your eyes.
He's hungry.
What?
Okay, everyone, I will call the Board of Education meeting February 11th, 2025 to order at 7:05 PM. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Roll call, Renee?
Renee Waldron?
Tori LaVetri.
Sandra Strubar.
Nora McCarsky?
Julie Luby?
Shane Centrella.
Jonathan Morhart?
Kurt Warner.
Thank you, everyone. Item 2, approval of the agenda. Do you have anything to add or delete to the agenda?
Yeah, let's add, we want to add making a motion for the discussion and possible action to request the head of school over at Gilbert to work with our superintendent to develop a budget for K through 12.
I'll second.
And we can put that under action items.
I did.
Under action item,
Might as well just do
Letter
it
B?
even before, I would do it as A and move all policy, since we're going to do policy in one bundle.
okay. Okay, that was Sandra and Jonathan? Okay, all in favor? Okay, thank you, that's unanimous. Are there any other items to add or adjust? Okay, seeing none. Item 3, student showcase.
Super. I am very excited. We have 2 different showcases for you tonight. The first, we have 2 students from 2nd grade at Hinsdale School, Amelia and Aliana, who are going to tell us a little bit about what they're learning about nouns, common nouns, proper nouns. Ms. St. Hilaire, do you want to add anything to that?
So our second graders are going to share with you a little snippet of our new
Girls, that was really fabulous. I'm wondering, is that something that you do regularly in class, doing sentence corrections like that? That's how you practice the things you're learning? And do you do them like at the board and someone comes up, or does everyone do them on their own?
Someone comes up. A little bit of everything, actually, which is why I think you stumped them. So when I was in the classroom, I saw the teacher expertly mixing it up. Sometimes she was calling on the whole class and they would raise their hands. Sometimes they would come up, and sometimes they would even make up their own sentences for each other to correct, which was fabulous to see them transferring that skill.
That's wonderful.
That's fantastic, and you did it live in front of us, and that takes a lot of courage. I think that's fantastic. And those are life skills, not for nothing, but I'm still asking my seniors in high school to fix their editing here. I think this is fantastic.
Must not have gone to Winchester.
That's right. Well done.
Thank you so much, girls, and thank you to their families for bringing them.
Yes.
Thank you for coming out.
And we have one other showcase. We have, very exciting, we have just completed the Scripps Spelling Bee at Pearson School. And with us this evening is the winner of this year's Scripps Spelling Bee, Matthias Swenson. Matthias, do you want to come on up? So, Matthias, we are very proud of you and excited for you. I have a couple questions for you. How did you get to be the school winner?
I practiced. I kind of figured out how the English language works. Well, or just still a few things I have to work on.
Fair.
English language is very confusing.
It really is. Yeah.
And Matthias, did you just do one spelling bee, or did you start maybe at the class level?
I started with the grade level spelling bee, and then I went on to the school spelling bee.
Super. How many students would you guesstimate were in the school spelling bee?
Exactly 4. They did one for each grade in school. We had classroom bees first, and then 6th grade was fewer participants because they opted in. It was optional. So we did one small group of 6th graders. So there was maybe like 6 or 7 kids in 6th grade that you competed against. But then we had classroom bees in 3rd grade, and then groups of kids in 4th and 5th that wanted to participate, and the winners of each grade level then competed in the school bee.
And what happens now?
State spelling bee.
Wow, do we know when that is?
In March.
Can I ask
That's
you,
exciting.
can I ask you, what was the winning word that you spelled?
Boar. B-O-A-R.
Did they give it to you in a sentence? So you knew which boar?
Actually, no. He gave me the definition.
Ah, okay.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Good luck in the competition.
450 words on the school spelling bee list to study from. And now he has the words of the champion. Do you know how many words there are in the words of the champion? I didn't count. 4,000.
Oh,
Wow.
you have your word.
Do you want to practice a hard one? Sure. Yeah? Sure? Yes. All right, let's try a level 3. They level the difficulty of the words. This is totally unprompted. He's not practiced here. Tsunami. Tsunami. Tsunami.
Yep.
Practice.
Wow.
That's fantastic.
That was really impressive. I was nervous for you, Matthias. That was a tough word.
I read Wings of Fire a lot, so I spell tsunami very
Outstanding.
That's a good way to do it, is to read. So where is the competition in March?
University of Hartford
Okay,
campus.
great. So you
No,
get
University of St. Joseph. St. Joseph's University. That's
West
where
Hartford.
I was born.
So you get on a college campus. That's fantastic.
Well, we will all be rooting for you, for sure. How are you feeling about going to that competition?
I'm super excited.
Good. Good, good.
Awesome.
That's
It's
fantastic.
just how we want you to be.
Congratulations.
We're really proud of you. Thank you.
Okay, that's fantastic. Okay, item number 4, public comment.
Wait, no, there's more.
No, we have our student
Later.
representatives, but they're under communication.
Gotcha.
They're stuck waiting a few minutes.
Okay.
Okay, policy 1121, or 1120, allows the public to participate. We welcome to our business meeting 2 opportunities set aside to hear comments from the public. We welcome and encourage public participation as a valued part of our communication input with the Winchester Board of Education. Appreciate your adherence to the following. Complete the requested information in the sign-on sheet if you wish to speak. Your name, your address, and email. State your name and address when you do speak. Allotted 3 minutes to share your comments. Please be advised, this is not the practice of the Board of Ed to engage in dialogue regarding commentary. The superintendent of schools will be directed by the chairperson to prepare an appropriate response in a timely manner. We appreciate your time and thoughtful commentary. Is there anyone wishing to speak at this time? Is there anyone wishing to speak at this time? Is there anybody wishing to speak? Okay, thank you. Item 5, the approval of the minutes from the Board of Ed meeting from January 14th, 2025. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
Renee?
Renee? Okay. Jonathan? Is there any discussion on any changes? I just want to point out, on page 4, it's in the middle, it's above D, committee reports, it's just a typo. Social event, it's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5th line up from the letter D, committee reports. There's just having a social event, sans official agenda with staff, not sure if that's French.
It is.
Oh, sans means without.
Yeah.
Means without.
Did we, okay,
She said it was
We
a
intentional?
casual agendaless meeting.
okay. So sans is all right.
Difference between civic and English.
There you go. Okay. Very good. Is there anything else? Okay. All in favor of accepting the January 14th minutes? Okay. Opposed? Abstention? Okay. So that is 601. Okay. Thank you for that. Item B, minutes of the committee meetings, January 28th, 2025. I'll take a motion to accept all 3 on one fell swoop.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Jonathan.
What was the date of that meeting?
January 28th.
I'll second it. Renee?
Jonathan, Renee. Okay, any discussion on these 3 committee meetings? Okay. All in favor of accepting the minutes? Okay, that is,
I'm abstaining.
okay. 601, 1 abstention. Okay, thank you. Sandra abstained. Shane, you abstained last night. Okay. For the one prior. Yeah, the 28th, the 14th, rather. Yep, okay. Item C, minutes of the special meeting, February 4th. Do I have a motion to accept?
Motion.
Okay, thank you, Kurt. Second? On February 4th, Town Hall special meeting.
Second.
That's, okay. Thank you, Tori. All in favor, or any comments, adjustments on the 4th of February? Okay, all in favor? Okay, that's 7-0. Thank you, everyone. Item 6, communications, chairperson's comments. Just very quickly, as we've already been in our second budgetary meeting together as a group under a workshop, this is our opportunity to appeal to the community to join us in this process. It does take a village to work with our kids, with parents as well as teachers and the community, but it also does take a village to help with funding and supporting the budget as well. So that's participation. One thing I mentioned once before, we have 1,000 families So it'd be wonderful to see families come out when the budget process is underway. That way we get input, and that's important to us, not just the up and down vote that comes for the referendum, but the process as part of that brings buy-in to the piece of it as well. So we need your feedback. So I'm appealing to parents to give us the feedback as we mosey along in the next, 4 or 5 weeks. It's gonna happen quick. So that's about all that I would like to say about that. Thank you. Item B, student representative reports.
Super. Let's start with Hinsdale. We have Blaine Huffman here to give us his student representative report from Hinsdale School. Blaine, as you get settled, I want you to know that you have obviously a microphone to speak into, and you have, just like we have, a nameplate with your name and title as the board representative, and we can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Hello, my name is Blaine Huffman, and I'm in grade 2. I'm going to be telling you about what has been happening at Hinsdale School lately. School activities and events. We recently had the 100th day of school. Friends dressed up like 100-year-olds brought in a collection of 100 items and even dressed in 100 items. I brought a Lego 100. Academic highlights. Something neat that students have been learning. Pre-K students are learning all about colors. Kindergarteners enjoyed a visit from Dr. Kenneth Fetter, who taught them about Native American art. First graders are learning about bossy R words like in car or bird. In second grade, we are doing math equations so we can get better. School improvements or needs. We would like a longer lunch by 5 or 10 minutes because it can be hard to finish eating. One great thing. I love recess and we have a great playground. And I also think we should have 10 or 15 minutes more of recess. Thank you for inviting me to speak.
Hey, very good.
That was fabulous, Blaine. Thank you.
Not sure about the longer lunch, but I hear ya. I think, we all could use a little bit more time to eat. I think that's fantastic.
More recess is also.
Okay.
We hear you on that one.
It is a great playground, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Great. Fantastic.
Blaine, thank you so much, and thank you, Blaine's family, for bringing him. What a great job.
Very good eye contact.
And for our Pearson School report and representative, we have Woodrow Dick joining us this evening.
You're gonna tell us one great thing.
Sure you will, buddy.
So Woodrow, you're going to want to make sure to come in real close with that microphone, and we all can't wait to hear what you're going to tell us about what's been going on at Pearson School.
Okay. Hello, my name is Woody, and I'm in grade 5. I'm going to tell you about what has been happening at Pearson School lately. School activities and events. The Kindness Crew. Miss Giamoto is running a Kindness Crew. Staff were surveyed by the Kindness Crew to get to know them better. The Kindness Crew will deliver treats to the staff based on things they like. A bulletin board display with a kindness tree will be displayed with small acts of kindness noticed at school. The school spelling bee. Pearson School participated in the Scripps National Spelling Bee. Grade level winners competed in the school bee. The school champion will be registered to participate in the regional spelling bee championship. Academic highlights. In grade 3, something neat that students have been learning. The Connecticut Science Center is coming to do hands-on presentations at Pearson. Grade 3 will participate in Choose Your Chompers, where students design and engineer different mouth structures. Evaluate what kinds of food those structures are best suited for, and consider other structures that help organisms survive. Grade 4. Fourth grade is doing Powerhouse. How do we power our homes and cities? What is the effect of energy use on our environment? Be a part of an engineering team to sustainably power a region of Connecticut using interactive landscapes, circuits, and a variety of power sources. Plug into this energizing adventure. In grade 5. In math, we are multiplying whole numbers by fractions. In ELA, we are doing a unit of study on Don Quixote.
Wow.
In science, we are learning about states of matter and molecules. In art, we are learning about one-point perspectives. PE, we are working on the push-up test, and in library, we are going to read the book called Holes. In sixth grade is preparing for a field trip to Sound Waters on March 31st. Students will conduct hands-on experiments as they rotate through 4 stations along the coastal shores of Long Island Sound. They will assess the quality of Long Island Sound's waters, and with the data collected, students will examine physical characteristics and chemical substances, variables, and trends from each site. School improvements or needs. I think we need a talented and gifted program. One great thing is, I agree with him, the playground and recess is good. Thank you for inviting me to the Board of Ed meeting to speak.
That's fantastic.
Thank you so much, Woody. You did a great job.
Thank you.
So you're studying Don Quixote?
Yeah.
Do you like it?
Yeah.
Very good. Very impressive.
Tilting at windmills.
Yeah.
After that, for the humor, what it's called?
Oh, Quixotic. Is that the one?
I thought it was satire, but quixotic sounds even better. That's why they named him Don Quixote. Like Don Quixotic.
Thank you,
Wow.
Woody.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Families, thank you for the support and bringing the students out tonight. It's fantastic to see what's happening at our schools. Appreciate that. Okay. Item C, Superintendent's Report.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so quick update on the climate self-study. We got the survey out to staff. We have roughly 155 people. I think when you go in the budget book, the number was pretty close to that. We got 122 responses to the staff survey, which is an 80% return rate, which is kind of unheard of. So that was really exciting, and we've been reviewing those responses and using them to really guide us in our thinking. We're pleased that all of the surveys that we've created are designed in the same format, if you will, with the same categories, and we have a rubric that encompasses that so that we'll really be able to systematically look at the information we're gathering. The climate survey for students is made and ready to go. I think we just need to get back in a room one more time and look each other in the eye and say, we're good. And then after the surveys, we're using those to help us generate sort of lingering questions or things we want to dig more deeply in. So I've begun the parent focus groups, had one that may have only been yesterday. It feels like a little longer ago than that, but yesterday, and then I have one tomorrow evening and Thursday evening. Teresa Payden is participating with me. I'm facilitating, and she is copiously note-taking. And Renee has offered for the one that Teresa couldn't do to be the scribe. But it was really great to be able to have that dialogue sort of semi-structured with parents and ask a lot of questions and gain perspective. It's going to be really helpful to us in designing our, ultimately, our climate plan on improvements that we can be making. So tomorrow is one of our early dismissal days for professional development, and we have all kinds of great things going on. We have special educators working on case management. We have some behavior training going on, led, I think, by one of our BCBAs, right? So that's another example of something they do for us. They're working with a bunch of our staff tomorrow. And we have the iReady trainers coming to town. They're going spend the whole day with us, even though the classroom teachers are only free in the afternoon. They're going to work with the interventionists, helping them access materials that live inside iReady so that they can most successfully provide intervention. They're going to work with the coaches and administrators around analyzing the data in iReady and how to get good reports, and really just to make sure we're making best use of all the information that's available to us. And then in the afternoon, we worked with teachers to find out what they felt like they needed next. And so they'll be getting more support in looking at the student data and then planning instruction. And so there'll be a presenter for part of the time, and then they'll have the ability to work while the presenter is there to answer questions in live time. So I'm really bad at estimating group size. So I don't know if I'm going to under or overstate this, but Hinsdale came to Pearson School, I think for 6 p.m. was it, or a 5 p.m. They came, it was 6 p.m. for a concert. They brought the entire school. It was a pre-K 2 concert, which, if you could just imagine the entire school in our gym performing, was phenomenal. Our music teacher, Ms. Reyes, does she say? Ms. Reyes just has an incredible spirit about her. Unflappable. There had to be, I kid you not, no less than 300 adults in the stands. It may well have been well beyond that. They fit, you know how we have just bleachers on one side of the gym? They were packed, like packed. There was standing room only. And the kids were phenomenal. And it was exciting to see such a crowd. I'm told that it's been a minute since we've had an evening concert. And there was great enthusiasm for it. The kids were using movement. They had tambourines, they had scarves, they had songs with hand motions. The teacher's doing a lovely job of integrating movement and music. She did a great job. The kids were fabulous, and it was really exciting to have the parents there. The spelling bee we've talked about. Operationally, I'll share with you, the posting is up for SSO, ASO, and I have that later in the agenda, so I'll tell you more about that later. I've been meeting regularly with Paul Harrington. He has a copy of my proposed budget, and we've been chatting about what we've got to do to make sure we meet the kids' needs. He also has our capital plan and is joining us for a meeting with the solar folks.
Where was the position posted for the SSO? Like, is it CTV? No, it wouldn't be there, would it?
It may be, but that wouldn't be our main place for it. That's a good question. It's obviously up on our
Website?
dashboard on AppleTrack.
Oh, okay.
But I would have to get back to you on actually how and where we advertised it. Anything we put on AppleTrack cross-posts to Indeed, as well as
right.
several other job boards out in the world. So it's probably out there.
We used to use a service. Was it Indeed?
Yeah, I think it was Indeed.
But now, we can be posted on Indeed through AppleTrack, so we don't have to pay $500
Ah.
a post.
Free. Okay, great. Thank you.
And I think actually it gets to LinkedIn that way as well.
Okay.
On my get to it in due time list is to establish a LinkedIn presence for us as a district and use that as one other tool for recruitment. So one of the things that was a buzz over the last few weeks was making sure that school staff knew how to appropriately and legally respond in the event that we have an ICE inquiry if someone were to come into the school, or really any person who's not a parent coming into the school and asking about kids. So the attorneys and the state have been proactive in terms of just giving us good guidance on how to be compliant, be legal, protecting kids' privacy, as well as responding appropriately and not interfering and sort of, doing what we're supposed to do. So we have a protocol in place so that no one has to feel, panicked in the moment, because that would be something that has probably not been faced by an office staff before. So, super scoop number 4 is
Can we see more on that? Will you share that with
sure.
us via email? maybe?
Absolutely. Let me send her the call.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Super Scoop number 4 is out in the world. It's on our Facebook. It's been emailed to all of our families, and it's on our website as well. I think I mentioned when I was here last time, I was just about to start hosting, or maybe had just begun, staff listening sessions in each school. They were well-attended and important. I went and spent a couple of hours in each of the 3 buildings, sort of through the middle of the day, so that when people had lunch, I'd be there if they wanted to stop in. The Gilbert crew actually hosted a lunch that day. I think they had been planning to have one, but moved it to the day of my visit, which was lovely. So there was great food in addition, but it was an opportunity for people who had something they wanted to say to just come in and share what's on their mind. I would say that some of the common themes were around managing student behaviors and trying to maintain an academic environment in light of student behaviors, and really feeling conflicted around being responsive to kids' needs and also wanting to be meeting kids' academic needs was a theme that was very common. And then another common theme was staffing. Not so much like we're understaffed, you need to add positions, as much as we have open positions, like building substitutes, and we don't have substitutes. So I took it as marching orders to me to up our recruiting game, because we're pulling our interventionists to serve as substitutes. We're having days where we have nowhere near enough people to cover teacher absences. So I'm also looking to think about things we could do to encourage staff attendance, fun ways to do that, whatever we can come up with, but anything that would increase attendance and also increase the available staff for coverage when we do need it. There was, as mentioned during the budget workshop, a legislative listening session on special education. Several of you, I think, attended that virtually. It worked out. It was a snowy afternoon, so it was virtual, which actually worked well for that purpose. And I guess what I would say to you, for what it's worth, is it was echoed from every person who spoke that every district is drowning under the weight of out-of-district costs. That was resounding. There also was a legislative breakfast this past Friday down at the community college that I was invited to attend. That was lovely. It was, Jay Case was there along with several other representatives and, yeah, a couple other people. And they, I can't remember exactly who they were. I didn't know them all. What's that?
Steve Harding, probably.
Joseph Canino.
Those people were both there, yes. There were definitely people who represented other towns. They weren't our people necessarily, that's why I'm struggling a little, but the highlight of it was they talked a lot about who the students are who attend Northwestern Community College and the service that school, the niche that it fills. And I want to say maybe 4 students sort of shared their stories, and they were all so well-spoken, and you could not have been in that room and not come out a fan of community college. They just, especially some of the things they're doing at Northwestern, they talked about a mentor program that they have. One gal said, I swear to goodness, I was so sure that I was gonna quit, except that my darn mentor must have called me like 4 times a week and wouldn't let me quit. They work really hard on retaining students. They're looking at partnering with Uber because they know transportation can be an issue. And so I think they host this annually to make sure that the representatives are supporting them in the budget season. And someone spoke about ECS funding, came up as a comment. Might have been the first selectman from Barkhamsted, but it might not have been. It was first selectman from somewhere. brought up that subject, and J-Case was very responsive to ECS and how that's an issue everywhere. And actually, the point he made was fabulous. He said, the state says that you're held harmless. The number doesn't go backwards. And he said, so kind of missing the point there. If the number has stayed the same for the last 8 years, that's not held harmless. You're going backwards because the dollars don't reach as far as they used to. And I thought that was a really good point. And that's when Jay asked myself and Steve LePage, who was also there, if we were feeling that as well. So that was nice. After having been down there and visited with them, I included for you in your electronic packet, I promise this looks so pretty in color. It's not much in black and white, but again, as time allows and I just get a little more settled in here, one of the things that I'm excited about is recruiting, growing sort of our brand, if you will, and becoming a destination that people can't wait to come work at. And I don't actually mean that facetiously. Like, I really want us to be a place that people are saying, oh, yeah, I got to get a job there. People don't choose where they want to work over a difference of a few $1,000s in salary. They want to be a part of something exciting, and we're going to build that. So trying to be responsive to the teachers' concerns that there aren't enough sub-coverage, and knowing that a lot of the students at Northwestern take classes in the evening. I shared this with the person in charge of the early childhood program and said, please plug to your students that, you know, there's a lot of things they could do here on a choose your own adventure basis. You can sub, pick the days you want to come. You can sub as a teacher. You can sub as a para. We are open to taking paraprofessional jobs. If someone says, well, I have classes on Thursdays, but I could do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, great. We'll hire you as a 0.6 para. We haven't previously, but we will happily work with folks to get people in the building. So I wanted to share that with you.
For substitute teaching, do you need a bachelor's degree? Is that still hold?
So you do and you don't. So the expectation is a bachelor's degree, but there is a form that we can file on your behalf with the Bureau of Certification to have an exception to that. And it's actually been in existence a long time. So we are making judicious use of that. But I actually was thinking that come June, June, that I would see if I could work with Gilbert to get an email out to seniors and say, hey, if you're not going off to college or if you're not leaving the area, you could be subbing in our schools, or when you're home on breaks, get yourself signed up. My own daughter started subbing when she was a sophomore in college, and it's great experience for kids, and it's someone who can be in a classroom for us. The teachers leave elaborate plans. It could be really good. So we are desperately trying to find more people.
Do para-educators still have to pass the para-pro here in Connecticut? So either that or have a 2-year, right, associate's?
Right.
Is that what's the?
So to be hired on as a paraprofessional, you do need either the para-pro or an associate's degree. My thought is if you don't need that to be a teacher sub, you don't need it to be a para sub either. So as an example, we had someone apply to be a paraprofessional who's not yet taken and passed the para-pro, so she's signed up for that, and in the meantime, she's going to sub for us as a sub-para in a variety of different spots, and as soon as she passes, then we'll be able to take her on full-time.
I love this idea, just when you floated this before, because it ropes in the community, right? Gives these kids experience that's to help them, and it's a great idea.
Especially
So hopefully
Gilbert.
we get-
I wouldn't even think of that, to recruit kids that are graduating Gilbert.
Yeah, so that's good.
Interestingly, when my daughter did it, I thought for sure, put her with like little people, right? Like 5-year-olds or something. How much trouble could she get into? But it turned out what she liked the best was middle school. There's an age at which kids sort of just do-do-do. They do what you ask. She put your phones down. She put her big stern face on, and they did, where she felt like the younger kids were actually so much harder to do.
Unmanageable.
So all the assumptions out the window. Anyone who's interested in subbing, come try a few levels,
Right.
see what you like.
Right.
Good.
There is nothing more rewarding than spending a day with a bunch of children who will either give you a hug on the way out the door if they're little or a high five if they're bigger, but come spend the day with us. Let's see. I'm going on and on forever here. I did have the opportunity to meet with almost all of the Board of Selectmen members, one-on-one, or in one case, a couple came together, but I have been trying to build bridges and get to know folks, so that as we're having hard conversations, it's not the first time we're meeting. I did have fun. Troy Lemire and Bill Pozo have so much knowledge about the boilers and all the mechanicals and things, so we took a walk through the school. They were very pleased at the beautiful progress of the new boiler. They were appropriately horrified at the sight of the water heater, which is held together with bubble gum and duct tape, exactly. It's like propped up on so we had some fun. Thrilled to share with you, as you know, that we've got Lenice on board, and she's doing a great job.
Yay! Thank you, Denise.
And the one other thing I'll share is that if you haven't been on our website lately, please do check it out. Charlene, who manages the website, and I have been working closely together to get it a little spruced up. Teresa Payden's been getting pictures. Charlene's been getting them loaded on there. We added a button to get to the Super Scoop newsletters, the current one and as well as the older ones. We got rid of some things or moved them into less front positions, like the Hinsdale Building Project. You clicked on it and there wasn't really anything there, and it's not building project anymore. So, you know, moving things to a less front location. And right at the top of the screen is a button that says budget information. And if you click through that, you will find the proposed budget book, as well as the slides from the presentation, as well as a link to the video of the slides, the dates of all the workshops, which I think has already been updated to include the new one. And then we created a button so that if people have an interest in emailing the group, there's a button to email me, there's a button that will email all of you, there's a button that will email all of the Board of Selectmen. So if somebody's trying to participate, we've tried to make it easy for them to do that.
Facebook page looks good, too.
Thank you.
That's
We've
really
been
good.
trying to be, Teresa and I both try and get something on there at least once a day,
Yep.
give or take.
It's fantastic.
People thought, actually, I was in Stop and Shop the other day, and a grandparent stopped me who I've met a couple times. She said, I just want to tell you, I'm so glad you're back on Facebook.
Good.
So
Good.
we're getting there. And the only addition, of course, is under the upcoming important dates, now the February 24th budget workshop. Yep.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you for that. Okay, item D, committee reports. Curriculum Committee, Renee, anything that you'd like to share?
No, not particularly. We met and we reviewed the iReady scores, correct, the last committee meeting?
Yep.
And seen some improvement over the beginning of the year. And then we have one more time where we're gonna do iReady in May?
Late May, early June, probably, right after SBAC.
We'll have one more time of taking a look at those.
Okay. Finance Committee, as you could see, we've been really rolling up our sleeves for the budget process and the budget presentations. School and policy bylaw.
Nothing to report.
Okay. We don't have ad hoc in here.
Because we
We dismissed it.
Yep.
Okay. Because it's done its thing. Okay.
Exactly.
All right, liaison reports, item E, Gilbert School Corp. Anything to report?
Well, Ray Shagru's retiring. We passed, well, that's the main thing I have to report.
Okay. All right, anything else? Okay. Court-
Congratulations to Greg.
Yeah, congratulations, Greg.
You presented the budget, right? Or
Yes, we had
presented
a
the budget?
budget workshop.
Budget workshop. So that went well. I think of
The
what
budget's supposed to be online at their website, right, for
It
anybody in
is
Winchester to
else.
look?
Online,
It is on.
Okay,
yes. And then that's gonna go for approval. Is it the 19th, Jonathan, I think?
We have our meeting Wednesday, the 19th.
Do you guys, when do you present it with within the same time frame we present ours to this town?
Very similar time, I don't
To the
believe it's the same day.
I don't need an exact, I'm just wondering, it's probably pretty well aligned, right?
Well, they have to give us a final number, and ours is due by March 15th to the town, so they would have to do it within the window. And they meet Wednesday nights,
Yes.
so the 19th is a big day. It's a big night. It's at 6:30?
It's at either 6 or 6:30, I can.
6:30.
You have committees that meet first typically, and then you have a regular board meeting for Gilbert.
Yes, 2 of the committees.
Okay.
March 19th.
And they're still actively searching for an ASO, which they have in their budget now, but, I mean, I don't know, were you gonna mention that, anything about when, you said you were looking for the 2 security officers as well, right? And
Yes,
so that was part of, okay.
it's an information item, so I'm, catch you up on where we are.
Yeah, it seems like it's hard to find, people, so for Gilbert, still searching too, right?
That was their experience, it was hard to find in ASO. Okay. All right, item F, correspondence, is there anything? No. Okay, item 7, information items, enrollment reports, Dr. Luby.
Okay. I'll try and be more efficient. I don't know how I fell in a hole for so long with the superintendent's report, sorry. I get so excited. In the enrollment report, I'll just draw your attention to the change plus 12 at Hinsdale. Seems like a big number. The reason for that is this year, I think maybe for the first time, we switched the model of the preschool. There are 2 full-day and 2 half-day classes. And the 2 half-day classes were under-enrolled. And so we asked Emily Bernard, the assistant principal who oversees that program, to work with her team and call everyone from the wait list and say, hey, we've got these spots. And so we now have 55 kids enrolled in preschool. So, you know, every child who's coming, even if only for a half day, and most districts, actually, it is a half-day program, so there's nothing wrong with half-day. That's one more child that we're getting to know and work with before they're in kindergarten. So that's why there's a 12-student jump there. And I'll just share with you, I'm not sure, but there's an error if you would just note on your form where it says change this year, WPS did go 587 to 601, it should say plus 14, so I apologize.
Is the plan for pre-K next year the same, is to have the 2 full-day, 2 part-time, part-day?
Yes,
Yeah.
that, the way it is currently in the budget is 2 full-day, 2 half-day.
Okay.
That's great.
So I'm going to turn next to the attendance data. And later in the agenda, I do have a response to your request to look back a few years and see what we could learn. But for this specific report, I would just point out that in all of the categories in chronic absenteeism, January looks better than November and December. Well, I guess on the overall, and much better at Pearson, which, if I'm being honest, I'm a little surprised because everybody is sick, or at least all the grown-ups are. But there's so much going around, so good to see that that number is coming down in spite of that a little bit. Always trending in the right direction is a good thing. Let's see. Next is the monthly personnel report. Pretty self-explanatory, but as mentioned, we definitely have some current openings. And I'll just highlight for you Dorothea Broughton, the new art teacher at Hinsdale, was just a wonderful find. If you have an opportunity to meet her or visit over there, she is a seasoned educator, and she has just a calm grace about her. She's wonderful with the children and just has that perfect spirit that you want with little ones in art. Not prescriptive, just respects their inner artist and wants them to create. And I have such high hopes for how she's going to work out. Renee did a wonderful job hiring.
That's great to hear.
The financials, as you know, that first report snapshot sort of takes everything into account, and Nancy is always working across the different columns to make sure that we stay successful and in the black. Black is good, right? In the financial world, right? Okay. I'm not a financial guy, I'm sorry.
No, I know, that's
I'm playing one on TV, but
We all wish we were in the black.
looking at the appropriated budget, Nancy is projecting, I've turned, I think as you guys have as well, to the appropriate budget year-to-date. As of today, she is projecting that we end the year with $12,989. I would say to you, I think it was actually Nick Caruso when he was here. Kurt, remind me, you would have been there for this, and I can't remember for sure, but I think it was Nick who said that when you're talking about budgets, that people need to understand that what we call a budget is really more of a spending plan, because there are so many variables in education that you're not laying out, this is exactly what we'll do. You know, in your home, if you make a budget, but then the electric bill comes in higher, you can say, we won't go out to dinner this week. We can't not go out to dinner this week. Whatever it was, we can't like, oh, we're not gonna do third grade this week. Like, so to have a budget be on target, to be that close to projected is fabulous. I mean, it is an art and a science, because there are so many moving parts and things that you can't control. And again, you can't not go out to dinner to fix it if all of a sudden you inherit a situation that's gonna be a lot of money, or, so.
Nancy, the 57,000 for the employee benefits, is that just reflective of just persons needing health and taking care of themselves? And that's one of the reasons why our insurance has gone up? would you say?
Probably more people than we anticipated participating.
Oh, okay, okay.
And then the professional technical services as
And
well.
also the pension premium higher than what we expected.
The town pension.
The town pension required payment, because we don't get a number ahead of time when we're doing the budget. So we're really trying to estimate what it's going to be based on trends.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Professional technical services, the 65,000 in the, is that,
That's Freeman and legal,
got you, the legal, yeah,
and Freeman.
okay, thank you.
Is the legal because we switched over? Nance?
I'm sorry?
I think Sandra asked first.
I was just asking, is the legal because we switched over to policy for Shipman rather than CABE, or?
No, if the legal is increased, it's just increased usage, I think, right? And the budget line for that was one of the things that was reduced last year, what I would call sort of a ghost cut, because the legal's gonna cost what it costs, and we typically spend around 20,000 for legal in a year, but the budget went down to,
10, I'm gonna say it was 10,000?
so.
We hoped we would spend 10,000 or less?
But we knew that we were gonna use Shipman for policy, and so we were only at 10,000? Okay, thanks.
For the
Sorry.
record, though, the majority of that must have been Freeman, though.
It was Freeman,
Right.
yes.
Oh, okay.
That was my question,
That's
was
the,
how much
that's the
was,
huge
Well,
majority is Freeman.
Rather than calling it up, how much
So-
of it was Freeman?
There were some personnel issues that he was dealing with.
Okay,
It required assistance from the lawyer.
okay.
Oh, the legal increase is Freeman using the lawyers more, is part of what she's also saying.
Okay,
Every
all right,
time you
Nancy, you don't
phone,
have to
email,
pull
or
it up right
talk,
now, but,
You
okay.
get charged.
Right.
Yeah.
I managed to only spend $288 in January on legal fees.
Oh.
I'm white knuckling it.
You're Googling.
Believe me, getting on every free webinar I can, and
So the legal budget for this year is a whopping $13,000.
Right.
So
Right.
we have already spent almost $20,000.
Right. Are we gonna move to grants, or?
Yeah, I was just sort of flipping ahead to see where else I had something I was gonna draw your attention to.
Okay.
I was just gonna tell you the food service is trending about even, which is lovely.
The Champs, if we go back to page 19, it shows negative 21. How come?
What number is that, Nora?
Under grants, line number 632,
Champs.
it's showing minus 21,000.
It's, right now, it has some wage over encumbrances that will actually be moved against the CHAMPS revenue budget, which is a separate bucket.
Okay.
So that's me normalizing it, so we come in at zero for the grant, because we can't overrun the grant.
Exactly, okay. Thank you. And food service?
And
We're in the black again. Thank you, Nancy. $113.
Trying,
We'll take it.
I'm trying.
Okay, are there any other questions about the budget? Monthly budget summary? Okay, hearing none. Item E, sick leave law.
This is included, responsive to a request at the last meeting, just to draw a little attention to. I owe you such an apology. Turns out that Ellington Board of Ed is actually very politically active. I just assumed when I was rushing to pull this together that if I searched my email for Ellington and grabbed what I found and forwarded it quickly to Darlene, it would be the sick leave law, but lo and behold, they're petitioning on more than one subject. So the one in your packet is something else they're interested in and has nothing to do with the price of donuts. Actually, ironic because it's like a nutrition thing they wrote about. But what I'm sending around now is their letter about the sick leave law. So quickly, the sick leave law is a Connecticut new legislation that went into effect January 1st. The reality is, as a public school district with a lot of bargaining units, we treat people well. People have sick leave, they have family illness days. Certainly, there are settings where these protections would help people who are not being treated fairly. That's not our situation. And in a lot of ways, it doesn't have great impact because people already had the days. The piece about this that is got everybody in fits is this idea that employees may use, it's near the top of the first column, employees may use accrued paid sick leave in 1 hour increments. Now, if you've ever been in a school, you can sort of think about what would that even look like. We have a proud history of being good people. If a teacher comes and says, hey, I've got to get to a doctor's appointment or I've got to get my daughter to an airport, do you mind if I leave an hour early? Sandra's going to cover my class or my kids are going to be in special. I can only speak, I mean, I'm only here a few months, but I'm going to say that principals, superintendents, they say, of course, because we treat people like professionals. They're grading papers on the weekends, they're doing lesson plans, like, if the same person came every Friday at 2 and said, I need to leave an hour early, that's a different conversation, but we do treat people as professionals already. This, though, takes it to a whole other place, and the reasons for the use of this leave are specified, but they're very broad, and they don't require notice. We can't get a sub for a teacher. Well, first of all, we can't get a sub for a teacher for a whole day, but we certainly can't get a sub for a teacher who says, I need to be out from 10 to 11.
Right.
Like, that's complicated. Never mind, like, the logistical silliness, but our staff attendance management system works in whole days and half days. Like, hours aren't even a thing. So we're having to think about, like, we'll have to create a Google form, and then when the number of hours in the Google form for any one person hits enough hours that we can debit a half a day, like, the manpower and man hours that have gone into just trying to understand and figure out how to work with this law is rough. Superintendents have been on all the different calls just bemoaning it because it is a lot to work with, God bless you, and not really feasible in a school setting. and there are, you know, all kinds of different interpretations of what some of these things mean. So we're not overjoyed about it. Again, not because we begrudge anybody taking an hour off, but because the implementation of it, the way it's designed, just does not fit in our setting. So people are everywhere saying, like, could you please exempt public schools? Like, our people already have sick leave. They already have family illness days. So that's kind of what's going on with the law. And then, as I think it was Kurt had mentioned, the Ellington Board of Education wrote a letter sort of lobbying to say, please either exempt us, or if we have a collective bargaining agreement, allow that to count instead of the law. Supersede, thank you. So I don't know if it was your thought that our board was interested in doing something, but I would wholly support it and happily either craft something of our own or reach out to Ellington and ask if they mind if we borrow from theirs and not recreate the wheel. But if we're interested in advocating, we certainly can do that, because we would be thrilled not to be bound by this law.
So, go ahead.
I can make a motion to direct Julie to join Ellington in this paper. I don't think we need to craft our own, but we can join them, certainly. I don't want to be told what we need to do by the state for an hour at a time. I don't even think it would work in anybody's business, nevertheless, the school, but it's a big request by them, so, yes. Looking for a second here, anybody?
It's good to have a libertarian.
Kurt, second?
Yep.
Further discussion?
Nope, let's see what the letter looks like.
So, joining,
Joining,
Signing on or crafting our own?
signing on.
Signing up.
I can reach out and just confirm that they're comfortable with that, but I can probably draft something that's like 2 sentences that says, having seen Ellington's letter, the Winchester Board of Education concurs and wholeheartedly supports this, and
Is Ellington the only school district that's doing this? I mean, is there a coalition that's building? Can we get the Northwest Connecticut corner?
I can certainly send a note out to my colleagues and see if anyone else's
That might
board has
have
done
even
something.
more- Yeah.
Yep.
Torrington, New Hartford.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I can ask around, see if anyone has a different version, or if anybody,
Yeah, because if they're all feeling the same way, they would
Would
have
this
more power
require-
if we.
Us to open back up the teacher contract? Like, how would that work? Because if we're just,
so there are some options within the law about whether, so there's so many things, right? Technically, according to the law, you accrue these benefits over time. We don't have the manpower to do that. If you're working here, it counts. The fact is, we give you more sick days than what you get with this. We're looking at it as your first 40 hours of sick time, so roughly your first 6 days, because a workday, I think, is 7 hours, are the days under this leave law, and then it's done.
you're not eligible to accrue until after 120 days of work first.
Right, so I think we've said we can't possibly, we have employees who do accrue their sick time, and for that, we'll continue.
That would be a new person.
Right, but for the people who are already here, we're not even gonna try to attempt that. To try and figure out who earned 1 hour by what number of days, we would need to hire 3 people just to do that.
So we can do this and craft a letter or whatever, but this hasn't been yet approved, right, by the state? That they-
No,
that
this
this
is just a
This
lobbying
is just like
effort.
a lobbying effort.
It's a
Okay,
lobbying
so
effort.
it's like nothing's really set in stone, it's just we're supporting it,
It's just us
right?
saying
Us
we think
supporting
this-
it, and it's right.
Yeah.
to do.
See page
Yeah,
204, the simplistic remedy that they offer in the lobbying effort is to exempt all school employees or to allow collective bargaining agreements to supersede the law. So you don't have to necessarily open a contract,
Okay.
but they would have to change the law.
What was their reasoning behind doing this?
Who?
Do we know? The state.
The Ellington or the
No,
state?
the state.
I think one of the Zooms I was on was with, I think someone who is part of the creation of it. And I think it's designed with good intention to make sure that employees are having their needs met in the work environment. And, our employees, again, because they are protected by collective bargaining agreements, have a lot of sick days. They have family illness days, and they are treated as professionals, but that isn't the case for everyone everywhere.
So this is intended for all industries.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to join, to sign on to, not necessarily craft our own. And then you were gonna do more research
Right.
to see if other districts would wanna join, or that would slow this down, or we can just make a motion to empower Julie to check with other districts to see if other boards of ed, to see if they'd wanna join.
I think that's a good idea.
How about, in your motion, have me bring you something that you could all sign on to, whether it's this with a cover sheet, or whether it's our own, or something in collaboration with the others, but,
And I'm interested in seeing if other districts would join us.
yep.
Okay.
So let's craft that motion, I guess.
You wanna modify your motion?
Yes, I'll modify
Okay.
my motion. Hold on, your pen or something.
To have Julie bring examples, an example of a letter?
No, to
After?
craft a letter and
Yep.
reach out to other districts
That's right.
to see if they are willing to also join
Yep, an
as
example of a
signatories
crafted letter.
onto-
Yep. And do research on other districts. That clear? Okay.
Yeah, because it's got to,
Not that you had
Other
anything
districts
else
have
on
to
your
be-
plate.
what'd you say?
Not that she had anything else on her plate.
Yeah, right.
Can we read the motion again, Nora? Do you have it?
Motion to have Julie craft an example letter and research other districts for our next meeting in March?
Is that the entire motion?
Sorry, Julie.
Regarding the.
Regarding the
Connecticut
Ellington
PACE.
Board of Education.
Or regarding the sick leave law,
There you
Sick
go.
leave law.
Thank you.
There you go.
and our desire to modify it, or be exempt from it, I guess.
Seems Ellington's got a lot of bears they're poking.
Yeah,
They also have the food services, which is kind of an interesting one.
now I know, Renee, when you
packet.
sent me that note, Renee said, "Did you mean to have those pages in the packet?" And I was like, "Ellington,
Thing
yeah."
about that. Yeah.
Never even occurred to me that I would have gotten 2 emails with Ellington's advocacy in them.
But this is an interesting. are-
The
are we
nutrition
gonna-
one?
The nutrition one.
That is in there inadvertently. I
know.
haven't read it
No,
closely.
I read it, and it goes along with sort of the interest in the nation's health, and they're directing it towards school lunch regarding the chemicals and processed foods. It's kind of one of my little pet things, so we'll have to ask them more about what they're trying to do here. Do they fall under the at advanced lunches?
I have no idea.
Advanced food service?
So Ed Advance Food Service is just like a service you can choose
Right.
to hire them to or not. So there'd be, even if Ed Advance is their RESC, it doesn't mean they'd be their food services. But I will try and find out maybe who their board chair is and get, Nora, I could get you a name and email address for their board chair if you have interest in connecting.
Jennifer
It's right on
Denton?
there with an email address and everything.
Yep. Do we want to put this on the agenda in March then to have a conversation about it?
I'm
Is
just
this not on our agenda
interested.
now?
No, and I think we have enough on our plate. I'm just sort of interested in what's the motivation behind the foods. I read it, it's interesting, it falls in line with what we're trying to do nationally with children, and the increase in obesity, and everybody's looking at food, so.
So on the back page is quite a bit about tuning out for a
Yeah.
day, unplugging, so it's not just
Yeah,
about that nutrition, it's mental
right,
health.
I mean, they're kind of looking holistically, I think, at children, but the food one is kind of an interesting one. So, just more information.
For yourself, not for the board?
Perhaps for the board.
I
So you
think
wanna
for
put
the
it in
board.
March?
I would love to put it on the March
March.
agenda.
We have so much.
Let's do it.
Okay. So
Yes,
discussion
pedal
in
to the
March.
metal.
Well,
Yeah.
What's more important than the food here?
Okay.
That's why I said it falls in line.
All right, Lenise, can you read back the motion? Do you have
Oh,
it?
I'll be gonna jump too. I'll tell you that.
Modified one?
Yeah, the modified motion.
Then we're gonna go do social media next.
Research other districts. I got Sal and Kurt seconded.
Regarding sick leave law.
Regarding sick leave law, correct.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, that's 7-0. Okay. Item F, attendance data historical comparison.
Super. At the last board meeting, the question was, could we get a sense of context, how we look today compares with how we've looked at this time in previous years? So because we have some wonderful record keepers here in our district, I was able to pull both average daily attendance as well as chronic absenteeism rates as reported to the board in December and January for all of those years shown. Just caution you, when you look at the year-to-date number, there's no way for me to get back to the year-to-date number from this time in previous years, because that number gets adjusted each month. What happens, for example, with chronic absenteeism, is that the definition of chronic absenteeism is more than 10% of the days you've been absent. So when there's only 20 days in the school year, you can be chronic if you were out for 3 days. So chronic absenteeism, there are kids being reported as chronically absent in our numbers earlier in the year, and hopefully when there's more days and they haven't continued to have the flu, for example, those numbers start to drop off. So it's not unexpected that they would be higher earlier in the year and come down over time. So when we look at our chronic absenteeism rate, I was relieved to see, I was thinking that we were trending way out of wing. But in fact, our 31.7% in December was lower than all of the previous years at that time, go figure. And with the exception of last year, where that number is even lower, we're again not entirely out of wing. And again, those year-to-date numbers for chronic absenteeism are end-of-year numbers in prior years. And the 26.1 is as of now, so we can anticipate that that number will be further down as it goes along. So while I would love for these to be better, don't hear me say I'm satisfied, but I'm less worried that they are wholly out of wing with previous years. They actually are rather aligned, so that was good research.
Yeah, I'm glad we pulled this together. It does show since COVID, a general uptick in attendance and a downtick in absenteeism. I think that's really interesting to see. So I thought that was encouraging. Yeah. Thank you for doing that. I think I had asked for that. Any questions about item F, daily attendance, absentee rate? Okay. Thank you. Item G, update and hiring process for SSO, ASO.
So, just very briefly, I wanted to let you know that we did post the jobs, both, we have openings on our website showing for SSO as well as ASO. The job description for each is identical. The only difference between them is the rate of pay and the requirements under qualifications. Because to be an ASO, you need to have that history in law enforcement. And so the positions have been posted, I don't even know what day of the week it is, maybe just a handful of days, not forever. But we currently have 6 applications for SSO and 2 for ASO. 1 application overlaps those, so we actually have 7 applications. 1 person applied on both. I looked quickly before coming tonight just to see, of the 2 ASO applications, 1 I'm 99% certain on a quick look has the background to actually be an ASO. The other person I would need to do a little more research. They have military police, which I do believe the law now allows, but there's no, it doesn't say for how long, and I know there's a specific amount of time you need to have been in that role. But presumably, both people who applied for ASO are qualified, at least one of them I'm close to certain on quick glance. So we do have a beginning pool of applicants, and I'll just tell you briefly the process. Tom and I are going to review all of the applications. We'll give it a little bit longer for them to generate, but we'll review all of them and interview all of the qualified candidates who seem like they might be a good fit. We'll start with panel interviews with representation from both schools, probably both principals, because we figure we'll start by sort of taking the big pool, whittling it down to a smaller pool, and then from that smaller pool. So we'll have a committee interview. We'll invite Chris from the police department to either participate or send someone if he wants, so that we have the police involvement. And we'll pick out some people from each school to round out a nice committee. We'll take that larger pool and narrow it down to maybe 4 people ideally, hearing from the principals as between the candidates who they think might be a good fit in their setting. Try to find the 2 best candidates and work with the principals to figure out which one where. But once we whittle it down to a smaller crew, we'll do a performance task where we bring our top candidates back and have them either interact with kids or parents, so that we can observe who they're going to be in our setting. And then a finalist interview, Tom and myself, to make sure we've got 2 really solid people. If they're ASOs and we sense that we're going in that direction, we'll start jumping on all of the things we would need to do in terms of policy and MOUs if we need one, which I think we do, but it may be different for us than Gilbert because we are the public school. But nonetheless, if it's looking like that's a possibility, and since we do have a couple applicants, I'll start learning all the things we need to get into place. We wouldn't need a policy unless they're armed, I don't think. That's typically you have a policy for armed, but, so in either case, it's looking good and underway.
Great. Any comments?
And actually, if somebody from the board would like to participate in that first round panel interview, I would welcome having a board member in that group. It would probably mean like doing one day. We would probably bring people in. You good? Thank you. That's wonderful. That would be great.
Just as much advance notice as on the date, just let me know.
Absolutely.
Sure.
And if there's better or worse days, we can try and work around your schedule.
Great, thank you.
Okay, under action items, item 8, motion, it was on the added agenda item, motion to have Julie work with Greg on the K-12 budget and crafting a K-12 budget. Discussion?
Do you need a second on that motion? And
Well,
then discussion?
do I have it right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Sandra, do you have a second?
Second.
Kurt? Okay, discussion.
Well, I mean, I think obviously with the budget, what we're trying to do is get rid of any redundancies. There's probably opportunities that we can bridge, be more in alignment with what Gilbert's looks like. Anything to add?
Nope. That was all good. Met with Julie, and I think we're already on that path, so I think this is just to, make sure that it was stated, and I think, I'm excited to see what we can do to continue to collaborate, right? That's all, so.
For my own clarification, is the end product of what you're saying, are you expecting us to come back with like literally one document that's a K-12 budget? Or from Shane, I hear more the spirit of like, see if there are things that we can share or.
Well, it is essentially one K through 12 budget, is it not?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Coming out of 2 different business offices though.
Right.
One of the things that we've started to do actually is to take Gilbert's budget and try and, theirs is distributed, if you will, across programs. And so theirs is a program budget, ours is an object budget, which are just two different budgeting styles. But we're trying to pull the threads in there so that we can see the side-by-side a little bit better. That's gonna be an easier direction than us going to a program budget, because we don't have, like, their budget is athletics, the English department, the social studies department. As a K-6 district, that isn't, like, we don't have that. We don't have any of those programs. So ours is much more an object budget. We don't even tend to break too many things out by location, because in a district, for example, if you had 4 elementary schools that were all K-6 schools, you would put them side by side in your budget to show that they're evenly staffed, that they're getting equivalent amounts of professional development money, that they're, things like that. But we don't even have schools that are, if you will, pitted one against the other, because we just have the one K-6 continuum. So in some ways they are different, just by intentional design.
So maybe what is along the lines of what a full spectrum school district would do, and the things that you just addressed. So if we could see, obviously we're not gonna have those things that you just mentioned, right? So just a K through 12, and then seeing whatever is overlapping, if we can combine those. I don't know if I'm asking for the right thing, but if we can start with you and Greg.
And I'm happy to do it. I
Yeah.
just don't want to let you down and not do what you're asking, which is why I'm poking to really understand. So are you envisioning something like where we've said he's got, I'm sorry, that in the Gilbert budget, there's $17,000 for professional development, and we're going to add that with what's in our budget and have one line for that? Or are you looking at something that's...
I don't think so. No,
Okay.
it'd be broken up, right? Because they're gonna get different PD than we would get in elementary, correct? You guys wanna add on to this? Because maybe I'm not stating it correctly as to what it is we are asking for.
Yeah, I mean, we had met and discussed this, and I think we're looking at just, you had already presented, we have some of that available, so we'll have an opportunity to pour over that more, and looking forward to that. And I think we discussed it also to the fact of just a coordination, which already happens, I know, but and I think what you were speaking to is, again, though we have the difference in structure as far as what's required in a high school setting, I think it was just more the detail of it, which I think we're gonna get, but then also a comparative for places in the actual budget. How could we maybe collaborate for cost savings? Are there any areas of cost savings that we could collaborate together, with Gilbert on? Is there any cost savings in our budget that we could look to? Because again, they're, like you had said, they're under 2 different budget softwares. They don't look identical, but we are.
Give an example? Well, yes, actually, I have a great example.
Okay.
Is our search for the ASO, SRO. Like if they had the idea, we've been talking about it since last year, right? But they did their own study, we did our own study. There was probably a point we could have done it together collaboratively, seeing as we're trying to get 3 ASOs for our 3 schools, right? And share the cost of, say, our guy, Tom Dillon. Tom Dillon. So that would be an example of looking at a budget that is more cohesive and a K-12 budget rather than, so that would be just one minor example.
And also, we could look to the fact of insurance, though we have 2 different teacher contracts. We could look, is there any possibility that we have to maybe work in accordance to be able to lower our percentage of increase on our insurance. I know we had discussed that, but is there any other avenue that we could go about? I know.
I'm giggling a little, because if I'm them, I wouldn't touch us with a 10-foot pole, but,
It sounds that way. But even something like the roofs, right? They did their own plan, their own study. We're doing our own plan, our own study. They have them installed. We're still searching.
I do think that we kind of work together on a lot of that stuff already. I mean, the roof project that they have up was through the same guy that we
Right,
had
yeah.
for us, but
Correct.
that was kind of put on hold because, I think the Board of Selectmen were asking some questions about that. So
Right.
so ours went
About
on
the
hold.
costs.
But theirs went
Went through.
through.
Yeah.
So, but it was the same, like, we kind of worked with each other, because they asked about we asked them who they were using, as far as the solar project and vice versa. So I think there is a lot of communication happening. I don't know that there's always opportunities to save money, because we are such separate entities. And like, I mean, if you're looking at like snow plowing or something, right, they do their section, and then who does ours? Like, I don't even know, like, who the,
we
do.
put that out to bid and have a company do our plowing.
right, but then
Do
it
the
would
parking
be,
lots.
so then you would have almost like, how would that look like in a budget? If we did like combine cost sharing with the snow plowing, right? So then you'd have like Gilbert, WPS, and then the middle of like combined together. Like, I'm having a hard time visualizing what it is that you're looking for.
I think when you go out to bid on a project, the more that's, like, if there's more that you have to, let's say plowing, for example, if there's more buildings or grounds that you have to plow, I think the expense would be less for the district as a whole.
Right, so how is it gonna look on like, are we gonna say like, okay, so there's almost gonna be like a, do you understand what I'm
shared
saying?
cost.
WPS, Gilbert, and then
shared
us
cost.
together.
Can here's what I'm wondering, maybe I could suggest, I feel like I'm personally a little bit hung up just like on format and literal. Maybe what I think I hear you saying is you would like to direct me to collaborate with Gilbert to remove redundancies and look for collaborative cost savings, which I'm happy to do.
Yep.
And doing that through probably a line-by-line review of the budgets, right? Because that's, if it's about money, that's where we're gonna see where we're both spending on the same things. I will tell you, when I first read, I would have thought there would be more. Some of it, if you had one person running both, then you could hire one lawyer, right? Because there'd be one superintendent who needs to seek counsel. If you have two superintendents, you could ask the lawyer, but we use different lawyers. Somebody would have to switch. And after all this policy work, we're never leaving Shipman. But let's just say you went to a lawyer, I don't think it would actually change your cost because you're paying by the number of hours you use. So that one isn't one. Snow plowing, they do their own.
I think maybe what, and I'm getting
But I
caught
could
up
try
in
to
the
come
weeds
back
a
to you
little
with
bit.
like
Right.
ideas
is
of,
because we keep talking about that it's our school, right? We have two different systems. We have two different budget presentations. We have overlapping costs that we think could be. So I think what we're looking for is just a budget that, what would it look like? And if we were to have a one, because we keep saying there are kids, we're all one, but we have our questions. So if we were to have a K through 12 budget, what would it look like? And since we're in budget season, is that going to be out of the realm? Is it going to be too much to try to come up with something that looks like it's a K to 12 if we were to have a K to 12 budget? Like most school districts do, correct? That don't have a quasi-private public school.
I would feel far better if your motion was for me to come back to you with ideas of efficiencies and collaborations, and to explore that as something we do for the coming season. To now take our completed two budgets, I mean, the number of hours that actually go into building
Sure.
budgets, to try to blend them now in a timely way to get them submitted to the town is honestly not realistic.
Okay. So then let's look at the efficiencies and the,
We can
Overlapping
definitely do
costs.
that. I'm thinking you may want to make a similar motion at the Gilbert School. I mean, I'm sure Greg will play along, but
Sure.
if we're similarly tasked, that helps. So I'm curious, I do feel like they have, because they are private and have the school corps and have, the other
The
board.
trust.
The trust, thank you.
Yep.
That they probably have some financial obligations that require them, like, when we report to the state, like, I don't think, like, I feel like that would be an interesting exercise, but I don't know that we can actually do that literally, if that makes sense, because I
Or
do think
legally.
they are their own entity.
Right.
Unless, you know, so here's a different conversation. Just like two towns regionalize and maintain some autonomy for some aspects and joined, look at regionalization. Could Winchester and Gilbert enter into a regional agreement the way like
So that
two
would
towns?
involve a contract.
Well, it would be a different kind of contract.
Yeah.
It would be a thing through the State Department of Education that says, kind of like, say, Barkhamsted has an elementary school, but they're part of Region 7 for secondary.
Yep.
So what would that be? The school corps? No, the trust would be like a town, almost, I think. I mean, to do that, you'd have to create a board that was a regional board over Gilbert and Winchester.
okay. Well, that's, I mean, I
Yeah.
think we're getting over our skis on that. I think just,
Getting over our skis. But that's, I mean, to have a unified budget, I think you probably do need to be regionalized. Like, you have to be one entity, and we're
I
not.
don't even know if the regional budgets are like that, because I know that like when there's some budgets, like I believe like maybe, I don't know, New Hartford, don't quote me, one of them that goes to Regional 7, they have their elementary budget and then they have Region 7.
Right.
So it's separate
separate
on the
board.
budget, it's a separate line item within their budget. It's the same thing that we have, kind of.
Right,
same
because you
thing.
maintain
Right.
your autonomy, like
Yeah,
the trust
exactly.
would still be its own thing, and they would have a budget for international. And then they would have a joint budget with us as a, you know, Region 26, whatever, that was shared for high school services. And I mean, I can't quite wrap my head around what it means, but I think, like, I worked in a regional district, Region 14 was Woodbury, Bethlehem, and everything was regionalized, so there was one Region 14 budget. Region 7 is a great example because they have, or like Easton, Reading, Region 9, right? They have, Easton has a board, Reading has a board, and then Region 9 is the Joel Barlow board. So there's lots of different ways to do it, but unless you were actually joined, I'm almost certain you couldn't legally have a joined budget. Like, for reporting purposes, they have to
Right,
have
be
their
separate.
financials.
Because they're a line item in our budget.
correct.
So it sounds like you're looking for efficiencies and cost savings?
Yeah. Two
to-
sets of
to-
eyes.
To let Julie, authorize her to speak with Greg to find those in the current budget.
And
Let's start
currently,
with that.
just as a question, so currently, like, I know you've obviously corresponded with Greg, but
Mm-hmm.
has there been a time where you've sat and just really compared notes and said, is there anywhere, you know, has that conversation
No.
happened? So
Not at all. I mean, he's
that
been
colla-
out
of
since I've
course,
been here.
of course.
Right.
So in
We
this
could
time,
absolutely
in
walk
s-
through both of our budget books together and say, hey, we both pay,
Because I'm sure you have questions about theirs, and that he has questions about it, so that's a perfect opportunity. Kind of.
Meanwhile, we have representatives who on the 19th can ask about those efficiencies and cost savings, since you know both budgets.
and I'd be happy to meet with anybody who's on that board if you want to kind of go through and point to some areas and say, learn more about this while you're there. Although I can just as easily do that with Greg, but.
Tori, you had crafted an MOU for cost savings and efficiencies.
I had crafted an MOU for cost savings and efficiencies as well as other things. We had both all signed up to it. It ended at the point where we were gonna have a joint meeting on budget. On Gilbert's terms, they had ended it. They didn't want to enter into a joint budget meeting with us all together.
So there is no MOU.
So around sharing of finances or anything of that sort, there is no MOU.
Okay.
You know,
That
my.
was 2 years ago?
That was 2 years ago. My feeling is, you know, there's obviously, I believe, ways to save. How many mowers do we have between all three schools? How many, can we just mow everyone's school if they plow? Can we do things like that? Can we save on costs of big equipment? Can we save on maybe trash removal, things like this? I think there is savings to be made, but it comes down to entering into a regionalization. Two people joining a regionalization, they both have money to bring forward. We are the money that they have, So I don't know if it's a regionalization thing that we're looking for. I think it needs just to be needs to be adjoining, or it needs to be.
Well, I know they're buying a new tractor this year, or next year, right? It's in the budget.
This year, yeah.
So,
Right.
do we have a tractor that we can lend them? I mean,
I
or
don't
do
even
we
think we
have
have
one
a
that we can
tractor.
share?
We don't have a tractor.
We have one
So-
2012 pickup truck,
Right.
and we have one lawnmower
I
that
don't
the
think-
screws are
I don't
falling
think
off.
Any of the
Am I
schools,
close?
it sounds like they have a lot of things that
Right.
that we could
So-
share. It seems like.
So, around big equipment, I've always thought that would be a great cost savings. Plowing, grass mowing, anything like that, they have all the equipment. I know to maintain all this,
Who mows our grass? Isn't it our custodians?
Right. And as well as maintainers, we have one maintainer for the district.
Maintenance person, yeah.
Yeah, and they have one maintainer. If you're gonna snake a wire for electrical or run plumbing, it's always easier to do it with two people than one person. Maybe they can work together. Hey, you come help me run the.
They wouldn't be running any of that
Well, we're
stuff,
just-
though.
we're
We
They
could
do
hire
that. They do it all
someone.
the time. Our maintainers run electricity. Yeah. So.
I thought we hired
Good
an
points.
electrician.
I think we're still getting a little bit into
Yeah.
the weeds. I think one of the main points about this is just the fact of sitting down and having the conversation of, and really looking at budgets and places where we can be collaborative more than maybe, even if I know we've done that in the past, but is there still places going forward? And obviously, that's going to be a position that's changing in the fact that Greg will be retiring. So there is change in the air right now, so just look for those opportunities of, Greg has been there for a few years now and has a lot of knowledge to what's going on, but it's another opportunity for a collaborative approach. and
Absolutely.
Looking for
Good,
unification, so.
redundancies and more efficiencies for our district.
And what are those?
So are we
Well,
revising
curriculums.
the motion,
Sounds
or
like
what are
we
we
are.
doing at this point?
Sandra, you are the first person to make the
I
motion.
was,
Kurt, you
but-
seconded. So are you modifying
Withdraw.
your motion, or do you want to withdraw, make a whole new one? Directing Julie to find and speak with Greg on cost efficiencies and cost
So
savings?
we're looking for Julie to collaborate with Greg on comparing the budgets to see where we can align from K to 12 to make our budget more efficient, have a more collaborative process, develop a more cost savings, right? Because we're right at the beginning of this budget season, and we know what happened last year, and we don't want that to happen again this year.
Can we change
And
that?
also too, as Kurt said over there quietly, is curriculum, right? Is having how can we have a more shared curriculum, cohesive? I know they don't have any interventionists over there.
We actually do pay one interventionist
We
up
have
there.
one interventionist over
have
there.
one up there.
Right, so just how can we become more aligned? K to 12, the two school districts, we keep talking about one.
For what it's worth, I would love, I think I shared with Kurt and Shane yesterday when we were, that was just yesterday. That in terms of curriculum alignment, and I've said to Greg, when Holly, Nora, myself, and Greg met earlier this year, without adding dollars to the budget. If Gilbert School were to be able to identify one position, maybe like a social studies teacher retires or something, where they could choose not to refill that, you know, if they could limp by with one less human, and we could similarly do that with a position here, take the salary from two positions, put them together, and create a K-12 director of teaching and learning whose entire life was going from pre-K to 12 on reading, writing, math, science, social studies, the arts, and all of curricular topics, instructional strategies. If we, which we will this summer, begin the conversation around what does high-quality instruction look like in the Winchester Public Schools, if we were able to have that conversation K-12,
Right.
it would be amazing. If we were to be able to say, like, we use iReady, without adding cost to the iReady bill, can it be used up through 8th grade? What math program are we in 6th grade, and how does that align with 7th? Should we change our 6th? Should they change their 7th? You know, and having someone who's hired into it across with the responsibility and the heart of both, you know, not someone who's like trying to absorb one into the other, but simply, as you said, these are our kids.
K to 12
I would
thing look
love to create that position.
Okay, so let's go back to the motion.
All right,
Lenise,
go back to the motion.
do you have anything written for us?
Did you
All right,
withdraw?
why don't you read that,
You gotta
or-
withdraw the original.
Do you want to withdraw your original? What was
No,
the
let's-
motion
let's
to work with
recraft
Greg?
it.
Okay, so
Move
you have a
that-
friendly
that
amendment?
The Winchester Board requests the Gilbert Superintendent to collaborate in developing more, let's see,
I don't think we can request the Gilbert superintendent. We have to
no, head of school. What did I say,
Ask
superintendent?
We have to ask Julie to ask him.
Right, ask Julie to ask him, and then you guys are gonna ask him to ask Julie?
That's
We
what
can't
we're gonna
direct
do.
Greg
Well,
to work with Julie, but we
no,
can direct
cannot,
Julie to work with
but
Greg.
we can direct Julie to work with Greg.
You can direct Julie to try to work with Greg.
Lenise, what do you have as a draft?
All right.
I
let's
have
start
an idea here, however, it's a little, so in a nutshell, Winchester School Board requests Superintendent Julie to meet with Greg of Gilbert School to compare budgets and discuss efficiencies and cost savings.
Yep, okay, and then let's put in that should prioritize curriculum and education while ensuring fiscal responsibility.
Prioritize curriculum.
And education while ensuring fiscal responsibility. Because
This
that's
is
really what
big.
we're also looking for, right? We're looking for the educational component of a more continuous continuum, and we're also looking for more fiscal responsibility. Because again, we're at the beginning of this budget season, and
Can we,
we have to
can,
look for
I think
ways
we're
to-
adding
I'm
a
sorry,
lot.
can we
to this
strike
motion.
Greg from this, can we put the Gilbert School and so she can?
Superintendent,
The superintendent,
she's got to work with the super,
Right.
not their
He's
board.
She's saying she's trying and cannot.
Well, I
No.
didn't say I couldn't,
No,
I'm
no.
just nervous to say, I mean,
I think
That's-
originally
I don't control
When is he retiring?
at the end of the
At
school
the
year.
end of
No, no,
this
no,
year.
she's saying that,
Oh, okay.
right,
so
when
that's
we're
gonna-
writing this, we're directing Julie to,
Yeah,
to
not,
work
yeah,
with
because the
Greg.
motion was regarding Greg and we
Right.
didn't want to.
And so we're looking for
Yeah, one-
aligning
a position.
resources, eliminating redundancies and inefficiencies in the budgeting, and developing a cohesive long-term financial plan that supports the needs of all students and the town.
That last half, I think, is big.
Yeah,
And that's,
Did you want all this by the next meeting?
I know. I think
Some of
we
you
should
guys
be
have been doing
probably
this for
more-
like 15
No
years.
worries. You're new, and when we hired you, we didn't tell you this was gonna be an easy job.
No,
We told you.
But
this
you
was
have to
gonna
but
be-
I don't
understand
think I
she's-
can solve
yeah.
all
No.
those things.
No, but this is
No.
the beginning process, right?
No, it's just, I think it's creating
fair.
the relation, like, it's just creating that relationship again with Gilbert and keeping the open lines of communication.
So I think there's probably gonna be 2 layers of that, right? I can, on a more practical level, sit with Greg now, go through our budgets, look for efficiencies and cost savings, growing and ongoing. I mean, maybe I can talk Greg into the K-12 curriculum person now. I mean, I kind of have a way in mind to make that work. But beyond that, the piece that you're talking about, that establishing and growing a relationship, is gonna end up with a little bit of a pause.
Sure.
With a transition there.
Right.
But it's a nice opportunity.
Sure.
With someone new who, neither one of us have any history of animosity or anything, so we have an opportunity to, I'll have to give whoever gets there a minute to figure out how it all works, because it definitely takes a minute, but that'll be a new relationship to grow.
Yeah.
Because I can't imagine at this stage Greg would be entering into any major,
At this point, it doesn't hurt to try.
Yeah,
Yep,
and really the focus is just right now, nothing, right, nothing
Budget,
has
the
changed,
moment,
right?
right.
But also, right now, just from the opportunity standpoint, right, because you haven't had the opportunity because you've been away, and,
Yep.
right, so looking to the future, yes, he's retiring, but right now, he's the point of communication, and, just for that to take place from a collaborative approach, this is an
Absolutely.
opportunity. And, right, it's a new relationship, like you said, so,
and it
just to really
creates.
focus on that,
This is what we do.
yeah.
So
love
can
it.
we go back to Lenny's?
Yep.
Because I liked that one. I think we should just keep it as is. I don't want to add more.
Striking Greg. Yep.
Yes.
You gotta say superintendent.
Superintendent.
He's not, he's a head of school.
Head of
Head
schools.
of school at Gilbert.
Go ahead, Lenise.
So that could be anybody.
Right.
Winchester School Board requests superintendent. How do we usually want to say superintendent? Do we want to say Julie?
Right.
Superintendent
Superintendent.
Luby.
To meet with Gilbert School, head of school,
Head of school.
Okay. Sorry.
No, don't apologize, this was, took us a while to get to there.
It is. Just trying to mixing all the notes here because we're kind of going back and forth. To compare budgets for efficiencies and cost savings.
I think we should stop right there. I think that's perfect.
That's it.
That's perfect for now.
Yeah.
The other stuff
The curriculum and
we can
whatnot.
work towards,
That's,
but right now our focus is.
We're trying, I want,
Cost
I
savings
do
and
want to put in
efficiencies.
there. I want to align resources and eliminate redundancies and inefficiencies. With that,
That's
with
assuming that there is
goal-
inefficiencies
with
and
that goal in
redundancies
mind.
though.
But there might be.
If
That's-
align-
That's the
well,
whole reason. we're
align
doing this.
resources and say that again?
Seek to align
To-
resources, eliminate redundancies and efficiencies in the budgeting process.
But if we're saying that we're looking, that they're gonna look for efficiencies, then.
Inefficiencies.
Inefficiencies in the budget process. In the
No,
budget,
I
in
keep
the
saying
budget.
efficiencies, but I don't mean that.
Inefficiencies in the budget process?
In our budgets, where we can collaborate.
In the,
overlap.
in budgets?
Right,
In
we're trying to go through this budget,
both
right?
budgets?
We have a 1.8
Yes.
that we
All
are
right,
set to.
let's read it again. What do we got?
Oh, boy.
On the top.
Right on the top, here we go. All right. Winchester, Schools Board of Education, requests, superintendent meet with head of school at Gilbert School.
Yep.
To just compare, sorry, budgets and discuss, where am I, sorry. It's gonna sound a lot better once it's all written down.
Yep.
Uh,
Discuss
and
cost savings.
Discuss efficiencies and cost savings.
You said you didn't want to what?
Go ahead.
Align resources
Align resources and eliminate redundancies. Is
and
that what we're going with?
inefficiencies.
And inefficiencies
Redundancies and inefficiencies in both budgets.
in both budgets.
And the only thing I would ask you to change is take out the word compare and just say collaborate, because that's really what we're trying to do. We're
Okay.
trying to collaborate
Collaborate on budgets.
Got it.
in a spirit of collaboration. I don't care how we
To
do it.
collaborate on budgets and discuss cost savings and efficiencies, align resources, eliminate redundancies and inefficiencies in both budgets.
There you go.
Make the
Got
motion.
efficiencies and inefficiencies in the same line? All right, I'm just checking it,
Yeah.
whatever.
It's, get rid of efficiencies.
Which one? It's got two of
So
them.
basically, we're directing Julie to work with the head of schools.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Around
All
the
set?
budget.
Okay. All in favor on that motion? After After that work, it's 7-0. Thank you, Lenise.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, second, Sandra, do we have a second for that revised? Thank you, thank you. Second on Sandra's motion. Tori? All right, and then we vote all in favor? We already did that. Okay, we're good. So now it's Sandra and
All
Tori.
right, so I'm going to make this very painless.
Item B, policies for final read.
Yep, so I am going to make a motion to withdraw 7 and 8 because there is a question as to the wording on those two policies, and we're going to move them to committee to review again after we get some feedback.
Second.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm going to ask that we.
Wait, we have to vote on that.
Yep,
Sandra and
Sorry.
Tori for withdrawing 7 and 8 back to committee.
yep, to review, there's a question about the wording. So just confirmation. Okay,
All in favor?
Okay.
7
And then
to
we're
0.
gonna- Yep, and then we're gonna bundle 1 through 6 and 9 through 13. To put into place this policy,
To move to,
Adoption.
to adoption.
move to adoption. And then move to adoption.
You're getting a little punchy.
Adoption.
Adoption is better than ratification.
Yes.
There is a better term for adoption.
Okay, so I'm making that
Implementation.
motion.
Move to approval of implementation, I think is the word we.
Implementation, that's good.
You don't like that word?
A little bit. I was just trying to think about if something hit me as what I'm used to hearing, but
Okay, implementation, move to an
I may
implementation.
have.
Of 1
So,
through 6.
Lenise, 1 through 6
1
and
through
9 through 13,
Yep.
as it's
So-
appearing on the agenda.
Correct. So I'll make the motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? All right, we're done. Policy.
Jonathan? And that was 7-0.
You can always guess.
Yes, correct.
All right, item 9, public comment. According to the Board of Ed policy, we allow public comment, and as a general rule, the superintendent will not, well, the board will not engage in dialogue, but the superintendent will craft a response as needed. Is anybody wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Okay, seeing none. Moving on, item 10, future agenda items. There was one. What was it? Ellington?
Ellington Board of Education correspondence about the food. I'd like to see that. Can we move that to committee for a quick, talk about that in committee first?
Which one?
Policy, we have, which, curriculum, policy?
Well, it would be part of a.
It would be a policy, and it wasn't.
Okay,
Policy?
that's fine.
Okay.
So put it on for the
Policy committee.
policy committee along with the Title IXs for, that's later this
Yeah,
month.
and then we can put it on the regular agenda if, for the regular board meeting if we find something we like, right?
In March.
Right, if we like something. Okay, great.
Anything else for future items? Okay, item, what is that, 11? Adjournment. I can make a motion at 8:59?
I'll make that motion.
Sandra, Jonathan? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. That was 8:59 PM.
Oh,
man, night.
1 minute to spare, Nancy.
It's way past my bedtime.
Truth.
I know, I'm not looking forward to that.
There's extras for you.
8:30
I had
tea
one
time.
thing for you. It's, what about here?
That's why I like to book the tea times for the matches.
That was cute. Barb, I love the updates from Pearson, the updates of what they're doing. That's really cute. That little second
I
grader,
haven't played it in a long time.
adorable. I wish his mom had been able to film him from the front, because that was really cute.
You know, the last time I did it, the Chamber of Commerce did,
If anybody wants me
Alright.
to take their
Global.
board folders, I'd be happy to.
Oh,
the
yeah.
envelopes.
Recycle.
just the envelopes. Yeah, absolutely. This is budget time, we gotta,
We do,
Budget.
Nora
Sure.
collects these every time and sends them home with me.
Every minute.
What's that?
Thanks, Nancy.
so I should bring, I brought my home every time.
Not trying to make more work for you guys. Sorry.
All right. What is the,
Sorry.
so what does it look like to you?
I believe we're already halfway through the meeting.
Sorry. More work.
I don't like that joke.
What does the budget look like to you?
The budget looks like to me, off the record, that we had a very difficult time passing it last year. I think we're gonna have a very difficult time passing it this year, and I don't want to have this divide this town. Because I think that is, yeah, give me 2 seconds. I want to be able to present a budget to the selectmen that they are going to accept and not cut drastically, because that doesn't help anyone, right? So,
We all have to be comfortable with it.
but we know the fight that we had last year, and that was a nice increase.
And the no signs went out right away. That has to stop if this is
Okay,
gonna work.
listen, no, I'm gonna stop you right there, because if the no signs go out, the yes signs went out too, and that is like, that's the whole political process. I would like to be able to present a budget that no signs or yes signs go out, and we're just like, this is a budget we can all support. The selectmen are like, oh, okay, I think we can do this too, and then we don't have this divide in the town where we have people fighting over the school budget and what the town can afford and not afford, and kids. And,
Agreed,
you know, so I don't wanna see yes or no signs, I want the budget to pass. And not have to go to referendum 3 times.
That's right.
That is, Tori, pick up after yourself.
So how do you do that is the question.
That is the question, and that is a fine line.
Rain check, Renee.
Thank you, you're doing a great job.
One of those persons running for office has to run for a 2-year term, because someone has to finish that out, and the others run for a 4-year. Sorry.
Good night.
Oh, I asked Julie too. Julie, did you figure that out? Did you read that article?
Yeah, I saw he jumps from the increase to the school climate. I think he just wrote a lot about climate and safety and was trying to like egg us on about what happened in the fall, but I don't think he actually misquoted. Sandra texted me, it was just the 1 page, right?
I read the same thing.
Because I couldn't find it online, I couldn't, for the life of me, get into it. But I'll read it again to
I'll
double
try to
check.
find it.
Saw
I'll try
it.
to find it.
I have it here.
Oh, read it, because I was like, it sounds like, I read it on my little phone here, so.
Winstead, parents stress safety in schools is the heading. Kurt Moffett, staff writer. Winstead, parents want a safer learning environment for their children when they are in school. Whether taxpayers overall are willing to pay for that remains to be seen. Julie Luby, superintendent of public elementary schools, is proposing an 8% increase 25-26 school budget. She presented her spending plan to the Board of Ed on Tuesday. The proposed increase the proposal includes hiring 2 safety security officers, 1 for Hinsdale, 1 for Pearson, student behavior analyst, cafeteria monitor, kindergarten teacher. These new positions cost a combined $225,000, raising the status quo budget increase from $1.5 million to $1.7 million. Overall, the budget request totals $24.2 over the 22.4 spending plan. Luby said the security officers will help resolve recurring issues involving safety, causing students, staff, and families to question whether the schools are safe.
Okay, so he didn't misquote,
He
kinda-
just
I think it's poorly written.
put his own flavor to it a little bit.
Luby has said she posted for both armed and paid 35 per hour, 25 per hour. She said the school board told her to find the right person is more important. Need to address student behavior and safety became a hot topic at the start of the school year in September when there was a couple of instances involving potential or perceived threats by students against other students at Pearson School. Luby said that almost on a daily basis, there are incidents where a student says something like, "I'm going to bring such and such to school and I'm going to kill you." It just triggers a lot of things, and we think that having the presence of a security officer will help with that. Student behavior analyst would replace a consultant that is paid via grant that is expiring. The position is used to provide a plan, specialized instruction, and support services required for individual students with disabilities. It helps the district meet its goals of improving school climate and student attendance, increasing school safety and student growth and achievement, developing and promoting a budget that meets the district's needs while being respectful of the community's ability to pay. Luby said interventionists currently provide lunchroom supervision. In addition to CAF monitors will free up interventionists so they can provide more students with academic support. Kindergarten teacher will add a 5th section in to keep the average class size at 18. Enrollment is projected to increase from 62 to 88 students. Is that right? Overall enrollment pre-kindergarten through grade 6 is projected to increase by 24 students from 598 to 622. Board chairman and blah, 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 I'm quoted, goal-driven, da. Board's budget workshop is the 11th. So it's all right.
I'm really glad you pointed me towards it, though, because I wouldn't have seen it.
Just the way he writes things, I
It's
don't
not
know.
online. I don't know where that is, actually. But I thought he was laid off. He must be writing as an independent author. He must be kind of freelancing. I don't know. He must be watching the video. I mean, how else? He wasn't here.
He emailed me
He does that now.
to say he was looking online and the slides, for whatever reason, like weren't loading right for him or something, so I know he was looking on the website.
Oh, okay.
So at least one person saw it on the website.
Right. He's done that before where he watches the video and then he writes up a story.
It allows him to give verbatim quotes. So
Yeah. I mean, it's the 21st century. Ready to go.